everybody. Welcome to stream today. Uh, it's gonna take me a sec. I forgot I unplugged the camera for other reasons. One sec. And I gotta restart VC face because yeah, that. Ugh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. It's scuffed. It's really scuffed. There I am. Hello, folks. It's a little bit early in the morning today, but they've released the full patch notes. Donna. There we go. We got everything. We got everything set up now. Everything's good. All right, everybody. Welcome to stream today. Da ba 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 da. Hope everybody's doing well. But we have the complete patch 7.0 notes. It's time to read them and see where it goes. And also, sorry about yesterday. I do want to apologize about yesterday, but I kind of didn't do stream yesterday only for the sheer fact that I was exhausted as hell. I'll be flat out honest with you. I was tired as hell. And I could not function because I was going to do the prelim notes, but also it's like, I'm tired. I was like extremely tired. And on top of that, we had, I kind of knew this was going to come out sometime in between then and now. It's just came out. So here we go. It is with great pleasure that we announce the patch notes for Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. That's weird. Have been really. Yeah, that's a little bit of a translation issue. Have been released in their entirety, including all you need to know about job actions, materia, and more. The stage is set for new adventures for players to journey to the far western continent of Tural. There, you will encounter a thrilling story in the main scenario, 2 new jobs, Viper and Pictomancer, the newly playable female Rothgar, and more. With an increased level cap, new actions to master, and a breathtaking graphical update, there's much to see and more to do in this exciting new update to Final Fantasy XIV. The time has come, Warriors of Light. Prepare to set sail. Alright, there's the launch trailer. We're not going to read that. We're just going to go down through each one. Now, it's not... Well, these new areas. We've already gone over these through many live letters. We're not going to kind of go over that again. And the number of all Aether Currents and Endwalker areas has been reduced. So it went from, I think I said last time that they went from 10 to 4. So in Endwalker, as of now, I'm going to say as of now, even though the game isn't up, it has been reduced from 10 to 4. So anybody going through Endwalker for the first time now only has to collect 4 Aether Currents. If it's following suit with the previous expansions. I could see them making it 5. But new main scenario quests have been added. And then it's starting in Old Charlian. So that's where we'll need to go to start our journey to Tural. And then they've also added in the Fantasia quests that they talked about. The new side story quests. And it's like, as they've done in the previous, since I think Shadowbringers actually. Side story quests in patch 7.0 will employ an automatic level adjust system known as Quest Sync. Quests using this system will have their difficulty and EXP rewards adjusted to match your current level. So, yeah. So it just level syncs you. It level syncs the quest to you. And it's bottled fantasy. It starts in Old Daw, Steps of Thal. That gives you a free, it's free bottle of Fantasia, and it also adds lore to it, to the world. So I'm actually I'm a bit excited for that one a little bit. New role quests have been added, and literally you have to get to a certain point in the main scenario before you can even do the starter quest, Uncouth Customers. But essentially they've got it for all the types. So they got tank, melee DPS, physical ranged DPS, magical range DPS, healer. Same stuff as kind of like the previous expansions, where they'll sit there and you do the things, you do the role quests, and but they all start at level 90 actually, which is kind of nice. So which means you probably just be able to do it as soon as possible. Probably not gonna take too long actually to get to these. And then additional quests unlocked upon completing the entirety of the main stereo and all 5 role quest series will be added in future updates. So you'll have that as a incentive to do them all. New job quests have been added. Enter the Viper and the Joy of Pictomancy. Viper starts in Ul'dah and Pictomancer starts in Old Gridania. And you have to have a class up to level 80 in order to be able to do either one of these. Now, Waku Meki Meki deliveries have been added, which is the same thing as like the Crystalline Mean and the Studium deliveries from the previous expansions. So essentially you'll be crafting or gathering X amount of an item and then turning it in. Now with the actual things, you're going to be crafting them as collectibles, and you're also going to be gathering them as collectibles. So it's a collectible turn-in, essentially. Quest-based collectible turn-in. So once you get these done, once you get these Crystalline Mean, or these Waku Meki Meki deliveries done, like, you get the whole quest line done, then that's done. This is done. And it starts off at level 90, and you must complete the side quest Inscrutable Tastes in Tulial. And there's one for each crafter grouping here. Metalwares, Blacksmith Armor and Goldsmith. A Pestles, Carpenter, Leatherworker, Weaver. Juicecraft, Alchemist and Culinarian. Apothecary, Minor Botanist. Fish Fancy's Danu Hanu as a fisher. So you have Zeral Zoj Metalwares, A Pestles by Pamika, Zerol Jock Juicecraft, Shune's Apothecary, and Fish Fancy's Donaharu. You know what this sounds like to me? Mentally? It sounds like a crafting fair. It sounds like a craft fair. If anybody's ever been to a craft fair, this is the vibe I'm getting from this, and I'm kind of actually down for this. And then it also has an additional quests with an S. So, interesting. Additional quests unlocked upon completing all 5 Waku Meki Meki Deliveries quest series will be added in a future update. So nice. Nice. So, essentially, request materials can only be collected while undertaking each quest. This is for gatherers in particular. Furthermore, these materials will not be listed in the gathering or fishing log, but appear in the duty list. The location where items must be gathered or delivered can be confirmed via the journal or the duty list. When view the journal, select map, then enter either gather location or deliver location from the subcommand menu that displays. When viewing the duty list, selecting the appropriate duty will display the same subcommand menu. So, essentially, you'll have to view these from a quest list in order to find them. Players can now temporarily hide the display of nearby player characters when interacting with quest-related NPCs or objects. Adjust the setting via the character configuration menu by selecting Control Settings followed by the General tab, then checking or unchecking the options under Quest Progression Settings. And this will allow you to hide NPCs around the quest NPCs. This will allow I'll rephrase that. This will allow you to hide other players around NPCs, quest NPCs. So say you're going to talk to, because we saw this in the live letter, but I'll kind of re-go over how it works. It's like essentially when you start approaching a quest NPC with this turned off, usually you'll just have a gathering of people just kind of like standing there, and sometimes they're over the NPC, you can't see them, you can't see what actions they're doing. Turning this on will hide players that are around the NPC and pretty much allow you to see them, make it easier on you. And it'll only do it temporarily, so every time with a quest NPC, so. And then you have hide nearby players when interacting with quest NPCs. So when you actually go to interact with them, it'll hide people around you. So you can see all their like emotes, their how they move and whatnot. An additional option is available to hide party members. These options are only applicable to NPCs or objects with a quest icon. These options will not be applied to players that are targeted or force targeted. These options are not applicable to certain quests, which I'm pretty much thinking that some of these, that maybe it's not, they didn't have it fully set up for previous quests, maybe, so that's what I'm going to assume there. Quest objectives that require following an NPC now utilize visual indicators to help players avoid detection. So essentially, it's giving you a stealth range. So that's pretty much what it's doing. It's giving you a visual stealth range, and so it's pretty much, yeah. And it'll show up like this. So that's nice to have. Players can now select icons in the duty list to carry out quest objectives, such as using emotes or opening the crafting log. So, and a little note, as per the release of Dawntrail, this feature is only applicable to quests implemented in patch 7.0. Implementation in past quests is planned for future updates. So, now it'd be nice as if they actually set, because based on how they have the system set up, they should also set it up for like the phrases. Like you gotta actually have to punch in a phrase or something, like type something in. They should have that for just click it and bloop, paste it in there. Done. That'd be nice. But it essentially means you can actually now, it'll show the emote action or whatever you gotta do in the crafting window now. So you can just click on it instead, and they'll do the thing for you. So that's nice. That's a nice little add-on. Players may now adjust now this is a big one. Players may now adjust text auto advanced settings to apply only to voiced dialogue. I have been waiting for this one for quite some time. I will not lie. I'm glad we got it now. It's freaking needed. Because now it's like, because the problem was like anytime you turned on auto advance, it would just go regardless. So it's like, okay, well, that was a nice voice cutscene. Now I'm gonna talk to the NPC, and then auto advance stays on, and it just and you're like, oh crap. I have no clue what they said. So now it's like, okay, you can turn it on. it'll actually now distinguish between those two. Now, one thing that I do wish they would add is like something in the actual settings. I don't know if they have one already, but something in the settings to actually turn on auto advance on or off. So, I don't know. I don't know if they have that already, but eh. Now this will help console players probably more than keyboard, or if anybody's not good with typing in general. But to help alleviate issues with missed inputs when completing quest objectives that require entering phrases with the chat mode and say, certain half-width or full-width characters will now be treated as the same character when typing. I don't understand what they mean by half-width and full-width. So I guess if you just misspell something, it'll still kind of be like, okay, it's close enough, style thing. But I don't fully understand that, to be honest with you. The categorization of certain allied society quests have been adjusted. Alright, so now travel quests. Before, it's going from tribal quests to allied society quests, which honestly I feel a little bit too wordy. But that's fine. So, let's be fair. We've gone from beast tribe quests to tribal quests to allied society quests. Is it? I'm just. Well, actually, because you got to note something though. Also, 2.x, 5.x, and 6.x. It said nothing about It said nothing about Dawntrail. So, and honestly, I think I'll be fair. I would say keeping them tribal quests would probably have been better, to be honest. Because listing them as allied society quests kind of is its own. It's got its own issues. Like not in the sense of the name, but in a realistic state. Like if it did this, like let me put it this way. If it actually stayed as tribal quest until a certain event, and then became allied society quests, that'd be awesome. That'd be dope. But technically, you're also I get both sides of it. You're also allying with them, so it would make sense. And it's their own society thing. It's kind of it's weird. Certain quest battles can no longer be undertaken using limited jobs. Which what the heck was what was like? I still don't know what was going on with this. This like I didn't hear anything about this, but they probably noticed something going on that people were doing but weren't talking about. And it's only listed for 2.x. So this has to be something in anything in between. Uh, this has to be something done in between. The ARR or Stormblood. So it's gotta be something with that. New tradecraft and fieldcraft levies have been added. So, yep, new expansion, new levy stuff. Except, no tradecraft levies or Fisher fieldcraft levies allowing multiple turn-ins have been added. They make note of that. So, maybe that's going to be a later thing. Maybe it's just a trend they're going with nowadays. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. And then experience once rewarded when using a Disciple of the Hand class or Fisher at level 90 or above to complete a leave with a level requirement below 90 have been capped at 1,000. So if you breach, like did it say at level 90 or above? No. So pretty much anything 89 and below now will only give 1,000 EXP if you're a level 90 crafter or gatherer. Oh, it says Disciple of Hand. That's weird. I'd assume it's gathering too, but uh, actually, nah, gatherer should be fine. I don't know. We'll have to see when we actually get in game. But or above completely leave with the level required below 90 have a capped at 1,000. So anything below 90 essentially for leaves. If you're at 90, anything below you will now do what they did in the previous expansions and only give 1,000 EXP. Now this does not mean if you're level 90 and you're doing a level 90 leave, you're still gonna get EXP. You're still gonna get the same amount of EXP until you hit level 91, and then it goes bleh. That's the way I read it. Then we got new fates. You got this big boy from freaking the. You got this big boy from the freaking actual benchmark. This guy. But I'm gonna assume, based on the area that they're in, it's looking kind of flat. It's looking kind of flat. Not gonna lie. The I'm gonna have to say that that's a world boss. That's a area boss fate. And then, bicolor gemstones, you get those. And we gotta level up the shared fates again. I cry on the inside. Now it looks like they've increased it from 5 to 6, because it used to be 5. It used to be 5, I thought. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it used to be 5. The maximum store of bicolor gemstones have been increased from 1,000 to 1,500, which is nice. Face that grant an experience to bonus to experience points gained will also now grant a bonus to earned bicolor gemstones. Thank you. That is one thing I'm really happy about, though. That'll make it a bit more worthwhile. The game client will now respond more quickly when opening the shared fate window or changing between categories. Now this one I think was on the more on the server side than the client side. They had the initial if I had to take a guess, they had an initial throttle put on it while it was still in its infancy, in order to kind of make sure everything worked right. So them taking that off, I think they adjusted it so that way it goes faster now, which is nice. Now because the only reason I say that is because they had something similar with the actual loading points back before they released the PS5 version of Final Fantasy XIV. They had a initial throttle placed on loading zones in order to kind of keep the help the server. But due to the fact that they didn't need that anymore, they took it off, and that's why we can almost instantaneously or zone faster in between zones now. So I felt like that's a similar thing. Large-scale fates that take place at fixed locations will also appear on the map like regular fates, which thank you for that. And that's pretty much all the previous world fates. So it's like. Now the interesting thing that they did here is it's 5x, 6x, and 7x. So it's Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawntrail. It doesn't mean stuff like Odin and ARR. Which, honestly, they should go back and do that, but, it's alright. in my opinion, for right now. The following additions and adjustments have been made to treasure maps. New treasure maps. It's pretty much what's going on. Lobo skin treasure maps and Barok skin treasure maps have been added. Rewards for the Saga skin treasure maps, Kuwabara skin treasure maps, and Afataro skin treasure maps have been adjusted. Alec and Tombstones were rewarded for completion of the Saga skin treasure maps, Kuwabara skin treasure maps, and Afataro skin treasure maps have been changed from Alec and Tombstones of causality to Alec and Tombstones of comedy. And yeah, they're changing in the poetics. For the old ones. And they'll also add in a new treasure dungeon 7.05, so they're gonna make it so that the Barak skin treasure maps actually show up, will spawn a portal. So get collecting, folks. Get collecting. The Excitertron 6000 and the Shifting Gymnasium Agonon will now be level synced, adjusting player levels to 90. So, all those, well, when you go in, you'll be 90. Enjoy that. Grand and free companies. 7.x. Additional items will now be accepted for supply and provisioning missions. So you can now just turn in Dawntrail stuff to the grand companies. I'm hoping they do something with grand companies here shortly. Because, not gonna lie, they haven't had any type of freaking update in ages. Like, ages. The last thing they got an update for, I think, was, like, the random loot drop boxes put into their, loot. And when it comes to rank, oh, we haven't had a rank increase in eons. And with everything we've done, oh, you think we could get an honorary rank increase here? Come on. Like, we've been helping the world leaders out for freaking sake. We couldn't be made, like, I'd understand if, like, why can't we get, like, what's the thing? Accolades that, like, raise us higher in rank in terms of, like, make a separate rank system. Okay, so we're, like, we can't go any higher than that, but due to the fact, because we're an adventurer, we're still going to need to go out and explore the world, do whatever. We need, like, some type of, like, accolades thing. Something that could actually raise us in rank. Raise us in rank without us actually having to, like, be beholden by the duties and responsibilities of the rank, per lore-wise. Like, okay, well-decorated adventurer style stuff, you know. It's kind of like how they do, like, knighting, if that makes any sense. Like, just titles. Just give us titles above that for an adventurer's sake. I think that's the best medium there. It's like, okay, we can't be Flame Serpent General. Flame Serpent General. We can't be the Flame General. We can't be a Flame General. But we could be something similar, but, like, without the responsibilities of being the general. You know? I don't know. There's just a lot of things with the Grand Company ranks that I really look at that need to be adjusted. Like, at this point. But anyway, Viper and Pictomancer symbol options have added to the charge category of the company crest editor, so there you go. You can put those symbols in your crest now. They showed this in the live letter, the cottages. They have been added to the company workshop. Sorry about that. something sinuses, man. Sinuses. The following additions and adjustments have been made to subaquatic voyages. New areas have been added, new items have been added, and maximum submersible rank has been increased from 115 to 120. So yeah, 120. This is now the max level for your subs. We'll see what they can do that. Now this is all about the ward adjustments for Dynamis. So these will only affect Dynamis. So wards 1 through 6, those are going to be for free companies. Ward 7 through 20, Ward 7 through 20 will be for everybody. Wards 21 through 24 will be for single players only. Like non-FC. Ward 25 is another FC only ward. Ward 26 through 29 is an everybody wards. And Ward 30 is private buyers. So there you go. And they've already stated that ward classification for all other worlds will remain unchanged. And then it doesn't affect if you've already bought a house on the spots. So if you already have a home in those wards that are changing, your house will be okay. The estate holder's right system has been implemented. So you now have a bouncer system, essentially. So anybody who, if you don't want somebody in your house, you can now register them to a barred character list, which will pretty much not allow them to enter your property for 10 days. Like, at all. I'll go over details. Players can now eject characters from the estate hall or garden and bar characters from entering their property. To bar a character from your property, you must first be on your estate's grounds and have the requisite authority. You target the character you wish to bar and select Bar from Property in the subcommand menu, and then choose Registered as Barred Character. They'll be ejected from estate grounds and moved to the housing area entrance. Barred characters will remain on the Barred Characters list for 10 days. During this time, any attempts to enter your estate hall or garden will instead transport them to the housing area entrance. So essentially, you ban them from your property. They can't even step foot on the outside. The moment they step foot on that outside, they get warped back to the housing area entrance. Which, I gotta lie, I'm just gonna have to try that on somebody. Like, we'll have to actually play around, see how that works. So, we'll see. Hopefully we can... Yeah. Only the main rights holder can remove the characters from the list, so yeah. To view or adjust these settings, select Housing from the social menu, followed by Estate Settings, then Estate Holder Rights. Authorization settings will differ according to the type of residence. So, yeah. If you're in a free company, the free company master is the main rights holder and may appoint up to 4 free company members as secondary rights holders. So, yeah. So, yeah. The estate owner is the main right holder and may appoint up to 3 tenants as the secondary right holders for a personal estate. So, in a similar vein as the free company estate. And then the apartments / private chambers, essentially, it's just you. It's just you. You can't appoint anybody. You can't do anything like that. You can just ban them from there. Should be noted that when secondary right holders with the setting enabled are present on an estate, characters on their blacklist may also be denied access to the property. Which right holder's blacklist will be included to determine who is barred from the estate may be adjusted via the estate holder's rights window. So, anybody who you point to be your bouncer, essentially, anybody on their blacklist also goes on the list, on the barred list. So, nice. And then after they adjusted the lottery a little bit. After entering the lottery for an estate, viewing the placard for a different plot will now, before confirming the results of your entry, will now remind you of the estate address you have of the plot you bid on. So I don't know if, oh yeah, it's like you have submitted a lottery entry for a different plot. Please confirm the status of your lottery entry by accessing the same placard by which you entered the lottery. So you put it, if you put a lottery on one house and you're trying to get another house, you need to make sure that you deal with the previous one first. Apparently now. That's my understanding of that. Then furnishings from the FF14 Furnishing Design Contest have been added. Which, you've got the Charlene Grape chandelier, which, actually I'm not sure if that's Charlene Grapes. It's either grapes or it's, they look like grapes. I don't know. Either way, I like that. I think it is grapes. I like all this. Got neon bars now. Which is sick. Pretty sure we had these fake windows already. But these neon bars, yeah, I like that. And I like the big cabinets. The cabinet partitions. Nice. And then you have the outside stuff. You got a little fence. Which I'm pretty sure we didn't have. You got a actual upper observatory loft. You've got a giant fountain pool looking thing. Which, I want that in my yard. I want that particular... I also want that in my yard, too. But I like both of those. So I might be redoing my yard a little bit. They've added in new furnishings. It looks like... got a little potted palm tree. Got a really nice looking bed, actually. I actually like that bed. Oh, they added in... I think... Oh! They added in a new Phasmascape. Like a new, loft one. It's literally the final, the Echo thing. It looks like. Like some type of doom and gloom style thing going on. Added in a picture of Orcon. Tipped over bottles. for people who've had a little bit of a binger. Looks like a stuffed deer, a stuffed wishy-washy. I don't remember what it's exactly called, but you stole some of those. Some of those. It's like a little tea glass of some sort, like a little glass set you can stick on the top of this little thing. Which I really like this. You got looks like a carpet weaving thing. And a little lamp. I like all that. I don't know if these are the ones we already have in the game, or if they're bigger ones. Because they look like they're bigger ones. I don't know. We'll see. Crafting facility furnishings can now be used by crafting classes up to level 90. So anybody who has done the, has the FC crafting buff stations in their house, you can use them up to 90 now. Enjoy. In accordance with increased character level cap, level 100 striking dummies have been added. Which was expected. And it looks like they've kind of done like a Solution 9 style training dummy. which looks nice. Not my cup of tea, but looks nice. I kind of actually like the Endwalker one better. The Radatons one. New orchestration worlds have been added, so the new music. Probably not all of it, but all of the main like dungeon themes and trial themes, at least. Plus some, ambient ones. New aquarium fish have been added. Look at the fishies. New seeds for flower pots have been added. So garden sunflower seeds, which they look very nice. Gunflower. Garden sunflower seeds can now be purchased from the following NPCs: Mist, the Lavender Beds, the Goblet, Shirogane Imperium, Apartment Merchant, and New Gridania. And you just get them all for the material supplier or Tanny, which I think she also sells like the dimensional flower pots things. I don't know. New prizes are available for purchase at MGP, and all it's showing realistically is the emote. So, make sure. Oh, I actually hit this. 1 second, I might have to scroll back down. Okay. Alright. Following additions have been made to Triple Triad. New cards, new NPC opponents. Now that's new. Card numbers have been added to the item description of all Triple Triad cards, which that is going to be nice. I need to double check something on that. Miscellaneous. Now we're in miscellaneous. There's going to be a little bit of decent miscellaneous ones here. Players can now select female Rothgar when creating a character. Now, little note, it's listed as 5.x. That's Shadowbringers. You do not need to own Dawntrail to become a female Rothgar. So you just need to have Shadowbringers. Because the Rothgar were introduced in 5.0. So they were introduced to Shadowbringers. So you can, if you got Shadowbringers, you can become female Rothgar. Enjoy. It's not a Dawntrail thing. They're only released in Dawntrail. Now, per the last bit of things, Yoshi P has stated that this will be the last race that they add in. That was previous interviews and whatnot. Now, hopefully that, like, if they do decide to add in any new races in the future, which I don't think they'll do, then I hope it's actually a ways out, like a long time ways out. Because I would rather them focus on actually working on getting things caught up, getting weapons added for the previous extreme trials for the previous classes. Like that's the thing. They got a lot of system and backlog stuff I think they need to do. New features, new stuff like that they need to kind of catch up on, they need to actually get done. No more new races, get everything caught up to where it needs to be. And there may still be a chance for it in the future, I think. But as of right now, I think they need to focus on other parts of the game. Because making a new character is a lot of a workload. And then they'll make a little note. Regardless of your progression in the main scenario, female Rothgar will be selectable when creating new characters, editing your character's appearance using Fantasia, or hiring a retainer. So, pretty much it's just saying you can just do it right out the gate. And new hairstyles have been added. Decent looking hairstyle. That's the winning entry that they did for the hairstyle design contest. Which, not a bad hairstyle. Somebody said something on Twitter about it. I'm just like, I'm not sure what they mean. So, eh. And then new hairstyles have been added. This one's they're showing off the man bun. The man bun one that they've got for Viper right now that they showed off in the trailer. The trailer. So that you can have that hairstyle. Which honestly, I'd rock that hairstyle. I might try it when I get into Dawntrail. The following additions and adjustments have been made to the trust system. You can have Cryle now. Adds a trust. Da da da. She will become available after progressing to a certain point in the main scenario, so you have to get to the first dungeon 10 to 1. But that'll only also be affected probably with Dawntrail. They've done this with each expansion. Like, there's always one character that is exclusive to that expansion. So in Shadowbringers, when they introduced the system, they have Reen. And since Reen is locked to the first, you can't have her any further. In terms of, like, duties. Then you have freaking on Endwalker, you technically have 2. You technically have 2 for Endwalker right now. You've got Astinian. He came into play. And you had Zero. Astinian, I don't think will remain exclusive of that expansion, but Zero definitely will. Until whatever they got set up comes back later. Because that was clearly the whole void in between was a setup for something. That's why that was there, kind of like in an oddball sense. So Cryle's gonna be added as the new avatar NPC in here. So I expect her probably to continue on like Astinian, and there may be one more later that gets slipped in. It's probably gonna be Wok Lamont. As a if anybody, I'd have to say it's probably Wok Lamont if they add in like an exclusive one to an expansion. It'd be Wok Lamont for this one. But I could be surprised. They could surprise us. In accordance to the increased level cap, the level cap for Avatar NPCs has also been increased to 100. And new glamours will be unlocked for Avatar NPCs that reach level 100. What else can you do, though? What else can you do once they hit one, like for glamours? Did you make a custom one? Is it something that they had in the past? They could do the messed up costumes from like from they could do the messed up costumes what they had in the Endwalker during the Loprits stuff. I could see him doing that. Dawntrail category has been added to duty support, so Dawntrail dungeons have duty support. The following editions have been. I cannot talk today. The following additions and adjustments have been made to Wondrous Tales. Prizes available in exchange for Chloe's gold certificate of commendation, Chloe's silver certificate of commendation, and Chloe's bronze certificate of commendation have been adjusted. So probably new rewards for those. And the following duties have been added as objectives for Wondrous Tales. The addition of these duties will not affect the Wanderer's Tales in your position prior to reaching level 100 with at least one Disciple of War or Magic. So, pretty much, these won't show up until you actually hit 100. The Minstrel's Ballad and Singer's Aria, Storm's Crown Extreme, Mount Ordelis Extreme, the Voidcast Diets Extreme, the Abyssal Fracture Extreme, level 91 to 99 dungeons, and level 100 dungeons. So, that stuff's not getting added until you reach level 100 to your Wondrous Tales. So when we go to pick up, if you did the Dawntrail prep and you got the Wondrous Tales set up and ready to go, the moment you turn that one in and you pick up another one in Dawntrail, it'll still be good. None of this stuff will be added. So there you go. The following raids and alliance raids have been grouped together into raid series categories. The addition of these duties will not affect the Wondrous Tale in your position prior to reaching level 100, as I stated. And then they'll grant a seal when you complete them, as per usual. So you have... They kind of condense the categories a bit better, which I'm fine with. So essentially, they took all the old raids, all the old things, and they just decided to smash them all together now. So anything Eden's Gate goes from like one or the other categories to just Eden's Gate. So anything you can do any of the Eden's Gates and you get a seal for it. My understanding of it. Same thing with Eden's Verse, Eden's Promise. All those will get mashed into that. Then you have Alliance. Then we'll do the same thing with Alliance raids per expansion. So Alliance raids, the Cypress Tower raids, the Crystal Tower raids, there we go, are all getting, instead of the Labyrinth of Ancients, Cypress Tower, World of Darkness, they all get pushed together into Alliance raids or Realm Reborn. All the Void ones, same thing. They'll get mashed together and put into Alliance raids Heavensward. And so on and so forth. All the Evil East raids smashed together, Alliance raids Stormblood. All the Near raids mashed together, Alliance raids Shadowbringers. And to finish everything off, the 12 raids will get merged in together and become Alliance raids Endwalker. So that's how they'll show up now. And that's actually a lot better. Because you can just do any of those categories. You know, any of those in those categories. So it's a lot more lovely. Dawntrail entries have been added to the sightseeing log. New sightseeing locations for Toriel. Nice. And new weathermen. Or ladies. Or weather folks. Will pretty much, be in the area after you do a certain quest. It also notes that in 6.0 and previous areas, so previous weather peoples will be able to give you Toral stuff too. So there you go. Don't know how they're telling the weather from where they're at, but okay. The following additions and adjustments have been made to Island Sanctuary. When selecting the plus button on the Isleworks agenda interface, players can now choose whether set agenda or supply and demand is the default window that opens. So you can pretty much choose one of those two windows that, when you pop it open, it'll open it. And then you do that from the All Keeps index, select Sanctuary settings, then default agenda settings under the Workshop tab. So there you go. Sanctuary gathering log can now be opened via the material allocation window. Nice. The material allocation window will now save sorting settings. Nice. And when selling materials in bulk via the enterprising exporter, the quantity set may now be saved for future transactions, which is also nice. So, They made a little bit of adjustments for Island Sanctuary. Nice. Now the battle system. Let's go. The level cap for all disciples of war and magic have been raised to level 100. Get ready for the triple digits, y'all. The Viper and Pictomancer jobs have been added, and we've already stated where they start. So, I'm already kind of seeing where this goes. Viper's a melee DPS. They've also added a little thing here for the actions and traits, too. So, we might look at the job guide after we get done with these. So that way we can kind of have a little bit of an advanced look out there. And Pictomancer. Moogles. In accordance with the addition of these new jobs, the gear for Viper and Pictomancer have been added to rewards for certain duties and will now be sold by merchant NPCs. Please note, however, that Viper and Pictomancer cannot be used in the Hall of Novice, nor can they receive the first-time completion bonus from guild heists. Which is sad, but understandable. That's the job action trailer. Now, actions and traits have been adjusted, so I'm gonna pop this open another tab. We're gonna look at that after we get done. The layout of the Blue Magic Spellbook interface has been adjusted. I'm not sure what they did there. The following adjustments have been made to limit breaks. Monks will no longer change position when executing Final Heaven, nor will Dragoons change position when executing Dragonsong Dive. Which, I don't remember them changing position, but I also don't do freaking LBs on those usually. I'm not usually on those classes, so. Oh! Now, this is a little bit of an interesting one. Player attributes have been adjusted as follows. Tenacity's effect on damage dealt, damage received, and HP restored has been increased. They buffed Tenacity. Oh, we'll have to see how well that works. We'll have to see how that affects materia balance, guys. Because that's interesting. They didn't get rid of it. They increased its power. So, we'll see how that goes. I'm actually interested in what they did there. Alright, certain status effects granted by class and job actions will now be removed when changing areas or entering an instance duty. Okay. I don't know what they mean by that. They mean by, like, Peloton? Or something else. I don't know. The effects of certain monster and NPC actions have been added. Adjusted, not added. Adjusted. Okay. Wait a minute. Certain monsters and NPC actions. Wait a minute. Did they fuck with the Adventure Squadron? We'll have to see on that one. Because that one right there is interesting. Like, this one's interesting. Because a lot of the older monsters and stuff used, like, stone skin. They still used legacy skills. So, are they going through and cleaning that up? Finally, and giving them actually, modern skills? Interesting. We'll have to... That's an interesting one. The armor bonus granted below level 90 has been increased from 50 to 100%. So, you get more EXP. And the armory bonus is applied to all available disciples of war and magic other than your highest level job or class. So anything, I've never really understood the armory bonus very well, but my understanding is anything below your whatever the highest level you got is what gets the bonus. That's always been my understanding. In accordance with the increased level cap, new world and preferred world character bonus now apply to all jobs below at level 89 or below. So, nice. And new enemies have been added. You have this pineapple looking dude. You got the triple-headed Thicko-tender, is what I'm going to call this, because everybody seems to call this one the Thicko-tender. Like, focus on the booty on that. Got a giant lizard. And you have the futuristic warrior dude. What's up, Zen? Patch notes. Patch notes, Zen. Patch notes. But I'm a little bit early. I know. Then they added in the new dungeons. I is doing well. How is you? How is you doing? Now, one thing they did in dungeons that I am very happy about. After beginning a boss encounter in dungeons newly introduced in patch 7.0, right now this is only affecting 7.0. The shortcut warp will take players to the boss's area entrance instead, so you can just pop right back to the freaking boss arena. Like, blah. I rain checked them yesterday, but it was so sleepy I only remember the new slot for glasses. Yeah. Sadly though, it only affects the fashion accessories. It's not like an actual gear slot that you can slap a pair of glasses into though, which is kind of disappointing. That's the one thing that really disappoints me a little bit, but it be what it be, I guess. Okay, so what did I say? Oh yeah, boss's area entrance. So yeah, you die in the new dungeons, you can just warp right back to the entrance to the arena. In accordance to the increased level cap, players can now gain experience of level 90 dungeons, trials, and the 6.x Alliance raid dungeons. Now we can wear double glasses. Yes. I can wear my sunglasses over my normal glasses. Actually, I could see that actually having a benefit, though. Well, no. My assumption is, like, I mean, yeah, technically. Because there always was one shortcut, though. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And the new trials have been added. So, that's Vela Gormanda. Yeah, I actually don't know. And they have disabled Unreal Trials for right now. And they're going to be adding a new one in 7.1. I wonder what it's going to be. But players may still exchange Fox leaves for various rewards. So, yeah. Then they've added the Echo into some old stuff. the Abyssal Fracture, and the Gilded Araya. So, you can get Echo there. And the Abyssal Fracture Extreme. Maybe. But they might also still keep it like the progression, like I said, but still might keep it to where it's like, oh, if you had like a brain dead moment and you ran ahead and just kept running, they may still have that shortcut sitting at the boss arena, so that way you can still get to the most recent shortcut. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, enjoy Echoes for those. You get 10% up to a maximum of 50% for the normal ones, and you get a 5% with a maximum of 25% for the Abyssal Fracture Extreme. So, enjoy. The strength of the Echo granted Pandemonium and Abysos Savage has been adjusted. So, it's just going to have a flat cap of 20%, so, for Savage. The Spire Trial, an expansion to Stone, Sea, and Sky, has been added. So, more training dummies. And you must first complete the final quest of the Dawntrail Maint scenario and the quest A Striking Opportunity. So you have to beat Dawntrail before you can even get Stone, Sea, and Sky here. So, funny. Yep. They moved the dummy. The weekly restriction on receiving cracked anthro clusters upon clearing Thalia has been removed. So, yay. No restrictions there. Kind of pointless, but yay. And they added new elite marks. The pelican returns. And a blue squirrel. They better get. They better give that guy a. Yay! More cryptocurrency. Yeah. It's funny, but they should have like this. This is a blue squirrel. This thing better have some serious Sonic the Hedgehog energy. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, give this little guy a spin dash. Because that's the vibe I get from this squirrel. Like, I feel like he's gonna go fast. Is that a two-stingered wasp? That is horrifying. Coffee. Yes. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Listen, you thought Final Sting was terrifying? Think about it this way: double Final Sting. Or dual Final Sting. Like, it's a guarantee. Like, it was guaranteed death beforehand. Now it kills you twice. Between the rush. Yeah, the wasp and the mushroom pot. Yep. Weirdly, out of all of these, the pelican I'm looking like you seem like the least threatening one here. Yeah, double death stinger. Yeah, think about it. Pain. And it's pretty much saying that the hunts have been expanded. Disciple of War Magic level 90. Tolial, Wing of Protection Scout. and you've got to complete the quest Elite and Dangerous and progress to a certain point in the main scenario. So, Elite and Dangerous was the old AR one. Is that a Cazador on steroids? Yes, pretty much. And we're still going with nuts. That is a Cazador on steroids. And we're still going with nuts, so enjoy the sacks of nuts meme. Continuing. Hopefully they add in more rewards than what they had last time. So you can get the deep dungeon. You can get the deep dungeon picked on the deep dungeon weapons for Picto and Viper from each one of them. Unikotor, Confederate Custodian. Yep, they really wanted to keep them nuts. Yep. Though I expected 8.0 for it to change, though. I do really expect an 8.0 to change. And then you can exchange sack nuts for items with the following NPCs. And until y'all, Ryubal Jaw at X 13.9 at Y 13.4. I was gonna say they really wanted to make sure they managed their sacks of nuts. They didn't want to throw their nuts away quite yet. And then they've gotten rid of. We'll go ahead and go over the tombstone things. Welcome to pain. Players can only obtain a maximum 2,000. So you can only still do 2,000, which is kind of okay, I guess. Moreover, they need to increase. Well, in the messed up sense, they need to go through and increase poetics. They need to increase the cap on poetics. Only poetics to like 4,000. They need to double the cap on poetics because all the duties up to this point are giving that much. Like, and you can't necessarily just like, you can dump them, but like, there's no point really having such a low cap on the poetics now because every single duty pre 90 now is giving them. Well, the aesthetician actually messes with aesthetics, so think about it. And the aesthetician, I wish there wasn't a cap, but I understand why there's a cap, as stated. So, but yep, say goodbye to comedy. Dawntrail killed our comedy bone. Actually, no, Ed Walker killed our comedy. Because it was a tragedy. Yeah, you can cap like ridiculously fast with poetics. Now, it's like, yeah, I kind of need a cap increase on that one. That's the one that poetics is the only one I really look at. It's like, yeah, we really need a cap. We need a cap increase there. I'd like it on the other ones too, but I could understand if it was just poetics. Because good God, poetics. we have we have so many duties I can give those now. So many. So get rid of comedy, get rid of causality, and astronomy. So all three of those are getting nuked at 7.0. All of them. So say goodbye to them. Yes, I blame bots for the cap. I also understand that bots would also be a problem for the cap. But, yep. So, you can't, after, well, when this rule, as of now, you cannot get comedy, causality, or astronomy. They're all gone. So. Now, the causality and the comedy ones can be, I think, traded in. Nah, then you just turn into the gold problem that WoW has. Cause I'm actually, I'll for one say that is a good, kind of one of those things. I'm just like, no, no. Yep, exactly. I understand why the current currencies are like they are. We don't need WoW gold. We don't need the WoW gold problem here. But yeah, pretty much. You can trade these into Oriana at Revenant's Toll for causality and comedy to get to essentially get poetics. You'll give you poetics. No. WoW gold. Like you pay like WoW gold was actually paid for. I think you actually have to pay for WoW gold stuff, but you can trade it amongst people. At least that's what it was, and it was causing like an RMT, a big ass RMT market nonsense, where you know it's it's on a sociological problem about it more than anything else. When it starts going into real money issues, because that was a problem a long time ago. I don't know if it still is a problem, but I know that it was a problem in WoW for the longest time in terms of the MMO ecosystem. And then elegant tomestones are of astronomy. They're getting launched into space. They are gone. They are going to where their name states, beyond the stars. And then poetics are eternal. Poetics will never die. You can get them in level 90 dungeons now. You can get them in Endwalker dungeons now. Which means if you haven't completed your relic for, if you didn't complete any of your relics for the Mandeville quest, yeah, like, yeah, I see that, but I'm also like, I get why they do it. I get, like, I understand it. It's just, I just don't like. I'd like everything to be more open and free with this. Like, okay, I can give you. I got excess of this. I'll give you that. You know, that type of thing. But it's like the whole thing when you start thinking about the MMO economy, like in terms of like the full blown like MMO economy, not just Final Fantasy 14. It would be a utter shit show. I just grinded out this ultimate weapon. Ah, oh, I got 30 of those. I could sell you one. Oh, how much Gil? Oh no, it's not gonna be Gil. It's gonna be real world dollars, bro. Yeah, yeah, it would be that type of thing. And it's, oh my god, it's one thing. It's one thing I. It's a double edged sword, but I don't really want it to turn into like one of those type of things. People are like, I could already see people complaining about like selling clears. You know, I get that and I understand that. It would pretty much be that, except hyper agitated. Yeah, give me that dollar. Gil, my nephew needs a kidney. Pay up. Yes, exactly. Little Jimmy needs a new spleen. I need that. I need that real world dash, not the virtual dash. That's yeah. But let's see what else. All right, following additions and adjustments have been made to the duty finder. Category names and duties listed within each have been reorganized, which means they've got their own little category. Yep, you don't pay for my sub, but you can with $1. Oh, I could think of that's the problem. Like, if we had tradable currencies, I could see that just turning into an utter shit show. The only currency that I'm okay with, like, that's why I'm, like, looking at Gil, like, yeah, that's tradable, that's fair. Rest of them, I'm like, nah, bro. Because if you, I don't even think about it. Anyway. Endwalker duties can now be undertaken using the unrestricted party option, so you can now unsync. The old dungeons now, the Endwalker dungeons. And when undertaking duties with the unrestricted party options, players can now elect to leave a duty even during combat. So that's nice. Nice. And then they cleared out the raid finder, with the exception of the ultimates. So they'll only show trials and duties with patch 7.0. The rest of them are just getting shunted back into the normal raids. So, yeah. Normal raids or whatever category they were under. The duty finder has been adjusted as follows. I need a drink because my mouth is getting dry. Yep. New duties for Dawntrail have been added to the duty roulette expert, duty roulette leveling, and duty roulette trials, which means your expert roulette is now sealed off again. Oh, they're not gone though. They just get put back in their categories. They're just no longer in the high end. They're still in the duty list. They're just not in the high end. They're just not in the special raid finder. As per usual, yeah, exactly. They did this with Shadowbringers too, so. And as previous ones too. Duty Roulette 50, 60, 70, 80 dungeons and Duty Roulette level 90 dungeons have been combined into Duty Roulette high level dungeons. Thank you. I wouldn't technically classify 50 or 60 as high level, technically, but that's fine. I'd rather have it that way. It's easier to read. Yes, the number meme is dead. And then pretty much they took all of the you know, tombstones and did their little swapperoo. The first tombstone became the aesthetics ones got swapped. I know, right? They could keep going until it's off the window. I think even they were starting to see it was beginning to become a bit too much. But yeah, they did the whole swapperoo. So the uncapped tombstones of comedy get swapped to aesthetics, which aesthetics is, the still, like, they're not like weekly capped. Yep. The yeah the unweekly capped tombstone is aesthetics, and that's what's replacing all the comedies in the roulettes. And then for right now, the capped ones are just going to become poetics, since we do not have a weekly cap one at the moment. The requirements and rewards for the Adventure and Need bonus have been adjusted for Duty Roulette leveling and Duty Roulette alliance raids. So what'd they do to that? They didn't say. Oh, wait. There they are, right below. Duh. Okay, you just have to be level. It's going from 80 to 90 in terms of level, and then instead of you're getting anther clusters and dendro clusters, you're getting nova clusters and prismatic clusters. Or prismatic clusters? I know, right? How is a tank always in need? Even my thing is like, yeah, why is a tank always in need? There are plenty of tanks in the game. How is that even, how is the in need bonus even calculated? That's a real question, though. That would be something I actually bring up, because that's actually something that when was the in need bonus introduced? Was it has it been since 2.0? It's always been in there? Huh. That's a thought. That's a thought. We might have to actually look into that. And then the requirements to register for Duty Roulette Alliance raids have been changed. It might be running off good old I wouldn't say it's running off 1.0 code, because I don't think this worked the same way in 1.0 than it does 2.0. But I think they had the more open dungeon structure, but it might be still 1.0-ish code that needs to be reevaluated. But that's also core code, is what I'm going to call it, in terms of ancient code. Ancient code. So, I think I'm going to actually ask that. When was the Need bonus actually introduced? Because they still had fucking PS3 code in. They had the PS3 code in the character creator, and during Endwalker, they found out that the Q system was still using 1.0 code. So yeah, that might be a situation, another situation here. Might be something that has to be checked, actually. Might bring it up on the forums and maybe Twitter. We'll see. Actually, no. We'll look it up later. If they can change the 1.0 code out of the Q system, they can change this. They've also changed a bit of old code here. And they're updating the graphics too, so. And it could just be something that's overlooked too. The issue with the benchmark, was overlooked. It's working. Don't touch it. Don't approach it. Approaches it. Yeah, they changed the launcher too. The launcher's been changed throughout the years. But the launcher is its own, like, how the launcher, I think, still works in the same vein. Like, as it did. But the actual program itself still interacts with the right points to do what it needs to do. And they've also messed with, dude, back to what I was saying earlier. They also messed with the timer. Their actual purposeful timer situation with like the loading zones. Because before they added the PS3 version, they initially had, or PS5 version, my bad, PS5 version, they had an intentional like padding for time, so that way the server could interact with it correctly. But when they came out with the PS5 version, they took that out, so now we have near instantaneous loads. You don't have that load issue anymore. So it's like, yeah, it's something that might need to be looked into. But anyway, the requirements to register for duty roulette alliance raids have been changed. Beforehand, players must meet average item level requirements, commensurate with the level of their current class or job at time of registration. Now, players must meet the highest item level requirements among the alliance raids they can enter at their current class or job level at time of registration. You know what that means? You know what that means, folks? They said fuck it. They literally just did it. So it now kind of works like mental roulette in a way. To where you have to be like whatever the they gave up, yes. They gave up. So now people cannot, they have to have their current gear on. They have to, regardless of what rate, like, based on what raids you have unlocked. Yeah, based on what raids you have unlocked will be the maximum item level that you need to have be equipped. Maximum item level you will need to have in order to enter that thing now. Due to alliance raids. Which kind of fixes the whole populating all the other raids issue by itself. Because that was you try to queue in, like, I remember, like, in Shadowbringers, a good example. You try to queue in for freaking Evil East raids before they made it mandatory for a relic. You try to queue in for Evil East raids, it could take up to 3 hours to get into an Evil East raid. And it's stupid. And that's regardless of what class you're on. They wouldn't populate very well unless people specifically queued in for it. There were some raids you just couldn't get into any. That's one point because it just wouldn't populate, or you had to do it at a certain time, or something of that nature, you know. But now, let's say if you got the Myths of the Realm raids unlocked, it'll be whatever their maximum level is. So, rest in Papados, Crystal Tower. Yep. Yep. Rest in Papados, Crystal Tower. But people will still be can go into any of the raids, so it's still one of those things. You just gotta be whatever the max level is. So there will still be plenty of Crystal Tower raids. There will also be. Well, they didn't say anything with that, so. I understand why they don't have it open for leveling roulette, though. Because you might, like, it's the leveling roulette. You might not always be geared for whatever you gotta do. And if you've got to actually be a certain level, if you have to certain, if you have to be the maximum eye level required, then yeah, that kind of puts a stop to that. And I'm actually kind of like, no, I kind of agree with this one. I can understand why leveling roulette doesn't have it. PvP actions for Viper and Pictomancer have been added. I don't know. If we want to look, we'll probably take a look at the PvP actions too. I'll put them off to the side for those two in particular. And then I mean, you have the option to actually limit it to, I think there's like within 10 levels. There is an option in there to do that. So, yeah. Up at the top, if you select the thing, it actually has like an option for like limited leveling roulette. You can actually do it within 10 levels, I think. I don't remember the exact requirements for it, but there is something in there for that. Because they had that like a little, yeah, they did it a little bit ago. It wasn't super long ago, but it was a little bit ago. Because if I recall, they added something like that in toward the end of Shadowbringers, maybe Endwalker. I don't know. I think it was Shadowbringers. I think it was toward the end of Shadowbringers somewhere, if I recall right. But the following additions and adjustments have been made to the Wolves Den Pier. New items are available in exchange for trophy crystals. And new items are available in exchange for wolf marks. Yay! That means I can finally dump my freaking PvP currency. Because I got too much of the shit. I'll check it on August when I get my turn to log in. I'm glad though. I'm glad they added new stuff for that though. But yeah. I expect tomorrow actually, yeah, I expect tomorrow to be a kind of clusterfuck when it comes to the try to level in to log in. We're gonna have some serious issues, I think, still. But I'll be surprised if it goes smoothly. If it goes smoothly, I'm like, alright, well, you guys actually did a great job this time. You took what you learned from the previous ones and actually applied it, so yeah. And then Series 5 will end and Series 6 will begin. They still haven't said anything about the previous PvP rewards, so I feel like at some point when they reach a certain point, they're just gonna start cycling them. Or have events to where you could just get the previous items if you didn't get them. So 7.0 to 7.1 Series 6 will begin, and I think the level 25 reward is going to be this little goofy bugger from it's, yeah, I think it's literally the first Alexander raid. Like the straight up first one. I don't remember his name though. But I am gonna make a point of if they don't put the Alexander raid music with that guy, I am gonna be very sad. And then Crystalline Conflict Season 11 will end, and a preseason will begin. So yeah. That's pretty much what, some are nonsense. Now, new items have been added. And they've listed due to the volume of items listed in the release of patch 7.0. They will not be listed in the patch notes. I understand this. Now, this is the Tombstone gear, which looks very, very Western. I do not know what's going on with the Titan Glam. I will be fair with you on this one. It's like, why do I have a hood? Kind of like the idea of it, though. Don't get me wrong. And is that a new hairstyle for the Elden? On the Elden? We'll see. But this is the Tombstone gear. I don't know, I think the caster one can be, I think parts of the caster ones looks like it can be used. Yep. And then they show them from the back, and they show them from the front. Back, front. Back, front. Which one's that one? That was a samurai. And that looks like the Viper. Maybe. Maybe Ninja? Oh no, it's probably Viper. I see the other sword now. Yeah, not gonna lie, I do like the samurai outfit. With the exception of like this freaking purple thing. Not a big fan of that. Like the caster one, the healer glam, I'm actually like, okay, yeah. Depending on what parts of that diable, I can see that actually working out pretty good. But like the full set, nah. Like full sets of some of these, I'm just looking at like, nah, I'm not a fan. Well, you can enjoy that purple sash. It's just not it much like some things up are up other people's alleys. That purple thing isn't mine. Yeah, it's really hard to see. Like especially the details. Like and even if I try to zoom in, it doesn't make the image any clearer. And then new recipes have been added, but they're not telling us which one they are because there's too many. Face wear, a new form of accessories for the head. Lala struggles. Yep. Like I want to see the details on the equipment. That's the problem. I can't see it. like even even with like the source image and not being bit crushed. Yep. Something it's like the other races. Some things do look good on them and some don't. But yeah, face wear, a new form of accessories for the head separate from other equipable accessories has been added. So, face wear can be equipped via a new equipment slot in the character window or by accessing the face wear interface under the character in the main menu and will also appear in portraits. Facewear can be acquired by using corresponding items such as the copy of the faces we wear oval spectacles. Once acquired, they can be freely equipped or removed at any time and customized with a selection of 12 colors. Now, the good thing about this is, I actually kind of, the one thing I did think of that was kind of good about this, in retrospect, you can wear an eye patch with glasses. Like, think about it. Like, if you wanted to wear eye patch with glasses, you can now. Or something like that. Like, I could see something like that working out. Neckwear too, scarf. Be nice. Da ba 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 ba. I'm a fan of the realistic look, but I like the more anime feel. I think it's still gonna have the anime feel. I don't think that's going away. Like I think everything's just gonna be higher fidelity, more or less. But we'll have to see tomorrow how everything plays out. Because I think with the character's still gonna look relatively similar. Just everything else has just been beefed up. But let's see. But yeah. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like even I'm kind of in the 50-50 camp on some of the stuff. But I'm like, okay, well, the only thing. Well, I can see them making adjustments in the future. That's a good thing about it being an online game. Like, tuning it, since this is their actual first graphical update, I'm actually, like, there's some spots I'm not gonna like, some spots I might. So, I don't know yet. But I'm gonna take a quick break for a second, everybody. I've gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Mm. Mm. There it goes. Windows back. Welcome back. All right. So what were we saying? Or we're back in phase where? May catch up on the chat here real quick. To be fair, still taking feedback from players. Just wish they would have the option to switch back to the old art style for those who aren't a fan of the new. Would be interesting, but then again, they're really trying to make this work, so I'll give them points on that. Just not quite there yet. Yeah, realistically, yeah, that's the whole thing where I'm at too. They're still taking feedback. They're still going to be making adjustments. So that's kind of where I'm at with it too. First graphical update, there are going to be some problems. That much I already know. But yeah. But they're taking the old-fashioned accessories and they're combining them for use of that window. So, woo. Following fashion accessories were converted into facewear. The false oval spectacles, the false shaded spectacles, the false classic spectacles, and the rose-colored spectacles. Yeah, that first benchmark was kind of horrifying in some areas. So, noticeable improvement. Pop-Tart. I grabbed some Pop-Tarts earlier and never ate them. What benchmark PTSD denying its existence? I don't know, man. That one they released, the benchmark they released in early June, man. You know that one. That one looked great. But they took all the old glasses and fashion accessories, though, then they converted them into the faces we wear items. Yes, you can. I still don't know what you're talking about. The players will now acquire facewear in place of the aforementioned fashion accessories. The fashion accessories listed here will no longer appear in the fashion accessories window. However, players who acquire them prior to patch 7.0 may obtain corresponding facewear free of charge by speaking with the Calamity Salvagers located in Limsa Lamensa Gridanian Da. So, essentially, if you got these beforehand, they are going to disappear from your inventory right now. But if you go to the Calamity Salvager, you can just go ahead and pick up the new items. So if you want to be able to use your glasses, go pick them up from the Calamity Salvager. Which is funny, because to be the first time I have officially used them for items that no longer exist. It should be also known that the items used to acquire these fashion accessories have not been removed from the game. If one is in your inventory or obtained via trading or the market board, it can be used to obtain the corresponding facewear. So, to reiterate, if you have gotten any of the fashion accessory glasses that were available, you're going to be losing them out of you're going to be losing them initially. But you can go ahead and get the new ones. You can get them back for the new system by going to the Calamity Salvager. That is what I understand from reading this. So that's my little slight bit of PSA. Or if you even have the item, if you have the thing to learn the item, then it's going to be a while. You're going to need somebody to lead you to. You're going to need someone to lead you to the. Yeah, right? If you don't have your glasses and you can't see without your glasses, you're going to need to have somebody lead you to the Calamity Salvage so you can get a new pair of glasses. That's pretty much what this is saying. Now, something that has been needing to be done since eons past has finally happened. The item icons for the files of Fantasia and Retainer Fantasia will now include a marker to better distinguish them from one another. So yes, thank you for that, because that was actually annoying. Because I've had scenarios where I've had both of them. And if you are tall with no glasses, try not to trip over a Lala on the way to the salvager. Dude, that was all like that's the one thing I'm like I see anybody taller than me or somebody really tall, and I'm like, man, it would suck falling. Like, ends up asking for help to strike dummy without realizing. It turns into a Mr. Magoo situation where you think you're one place like, ah, that looks like a striking dummy, and starts attacking a random passerby. I guess they added the screams and wails of pain as a feature. I didn't realize this. That would be hilarious. But yeah, the vanilla icon to distinguish both of those. 6.x. Certain items can now be sold, desynthesized, or submitted for expert delivery missions. So, the new stuff. Well, actually, no. It would be all the old stuff for expert deliveries. No. You can buy the retainer Fantasias in game. You can get the retainer Fantasias in game. You can buy those in game. So, I don't know. Grade 11 and 12 materia have been added. It looks like the grade. Yeah, they just added the distinguish icon. Yeah. One has a. Yeah. One has a head, and the other one has a bell. Attempts to affix grade 12 materia will always result in failure when it's used as the second or later materia in advanced materia melding. So, not much difference there. The success rate for salvaging grade 9 and 10 material when using retrieved material has been increased, so it'll be 100. It should be around 100% now. Oh, they lower the slots. Nah, still the same. They added in that restriction back in Shadowbringers for like it was meld in the first 2 slots. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Used as the second or later materia. Because usually it's like the. I thought it was always like that. Might be wrong on that. We'll have to see. Oh. Grade 8 dark matter can be used to repair level 91 to 100 gear. Nice. Viper and Pictomancer have been added as required jobs for certain gear. Considering that I was talking about 2.x, I'm hoping that means the PvP motto brush. Because if the Pictomancer cannot use the motto brush, that is a crime. That is a player crime. So that's one thing I will continuously say. That would be a player crime. if that is the case. And then they took the unique tag off of all the old rings from Endwalker. The following edition's adjustments have made to dies. Wow. And this is the new die window. You have your favorite dies and your previously applied dies. So you can put a favorite die in there and it will automatically select the color for you. Your previously applied dies. Yeah, it's pretty slick. I like the fact that they actually use the Reverence Curious here. Because, like, that's the tank gear. And it dyes the metal. That's what I like. That's what I want out of every freaking everything like that. I want the metal to be dyeable. We're using magic. There shouldn't be an issue to dye the metal. But yeah, I like this. I like this dye UI. Now, one thing I'm going to actually state here, because you can see it by the window. You see quest requirements met. Now, I'm pretty sure the Reverence Curious isn't the one from heck yeah. Wish there were 3 or 4 die slots though. I mean, eventually they might add another one. I could see up to a maximum of 3. Yeah. Either the gunmetal black or the I like the pearl white. Because the pearl white kind of looks, when you put it on metal, it kind of almost looks like some of the old Imperial coloring. For like Livia, for example. I like that. I liked that the color scheme she had going on. Her personality, no, no. She was crazy in life and crazy in death. Well, actually, not really crazy in life. She became crazy in life and was still crazy in death. But yeah, but they up to two pieces, up to two dies will now be used on a single piece of gear, and it's not done for everything. So, gear that allows more than one die will display two different die tabs in the item dying window. Additional gear that allows for multiple dies will be added gradually in future updates. Following this change to dyeing, currently selected instant portraits may need to be edited. So, if I'm going to assume, like, she became simped, yes. Yes. Well, I feel like maybe this is Endwalkers. It might be Endwalkers. But they did either way. It's quest requirements met. It's probably going to be the same thing in Dawntrail. Undo color selection, redo color selections buttons have been added to the item dye window. After selecting a color, it can now be set as a favored dye. An option to preview preferred color schemes using favored dyes has been added. An option to preview a previously applied color scheme has been added. An option to invert colors selected as dye 1 and dye 2 has been added. A marker indicating no dyes have been applied to an item has been added. And when previewing a character's appearance using a gamepad, players can now press R1 or the right button to switch between color categories. So, pretty much you pretty much have art tools here. You pretty much have art tools. You can undo things, you can redo things, you can set favored colors and use previous colors. But I think that previously applied dyes will probably be like literally what you used last. So, it's fun. It's fun. The furnishing, sealing, wax set, and letter set is now dyeable. I didn't realize that. Okay. And they took the gender lock off all the fairy tale stuff. So, ladies can wear the fairy tale princess outfit. And thank you, 1Dev8, for following. Really do appreciate it. Welcome on in. We're just talking about the Final Fantasy XIV 7.0 complete patch notes. And we're on the miscellaneous tab down here. But, yeah, the fairy tale, you can equip all the fairy tale stuff now. So that's nice. Regardless of gender. So, if you want to wear the princess outfit, or if you want to wear the princess outfit, both of you can wear it now. No problem. And like every expansion, they've added in a Sundry Splendors. So they added in a NPC over by the old Charlene's Aetheryte, apparently. That essentially will let you just... It's a consolidation for gear. So you can buy any gear using whatever currencies. You can buy all gear from Endwalker, essentially, there. And it's unlocked after completing the main scenario for Endwalker, so... The layout of gear exchange menus has been unified. So that also mean from like NPCs, like from regular vendors? The following adjustments have been made to gear exchanges for elegant tones of astronomy, causality, and comedy. Gear that required the exchange of a base item and upgrade material can now be obtained directly in exchange for elegant tomestones of poetics. Yeah, she could be a pretty princess now. Lol. So that means we can just straight up buy the augmented weapon with poetics. The augmented gear now with just poetics. You don't have to go through the whole hoopla of going through raids, normal raids, get item, do thing, you know. It still has an effect for the stuff you get from the normal raids, like in terms of like the armors and stuff like that, but this is a better option. The base items and upgrade materials for such gear can no longer be obtained from shops, dungeons, or retainer ventures. Okay. And players who possess the base item for such a gear may upgrade them in exchange for 100 elegant tomestones of poetics. So there you go. New items have been added to the inventory of Calamity Salvagers. As previously stated earlier, it's probably the face items. The glasses. New items are available from Calamity Salvagers in exchange for silver chocobo feathers. They just added the Doctori stuff in there for some reason. But oh, okay. They changed it to where you can just buy those as one using a single silver chocobo feather. Okay. Easy. And then Verdant Scepter and Warlock's Buckler will no longer drop separately in the Orm Vale and just lump them together. Calamity Scavengers taking my glasses? Oh, hell no. I'll get them for that. And then, obviously, new Beast Tribes items. Oh, sorry. Allied societies. And it's once it sounds pompous. LOL. When I find them, I'll fireball them so good. Flare 4! What's up, bro? Somebody getting on your nerves today. See. The time until actions may be used after consuming certain medicinal items has been reduced. So it's not reducing the item. It's not reducing the timer on the item, it's just the gap between when you use it and when you can use actions. So, sadness. But it is what it is. They get rid of the little, I don't know. Calamity Scavenger too. I wish that like the little chat thing would show ats, but it didn't. It doesn't show ats, so that's what threw me off on that one. After using the following items to grant a boost to experience points earned from synthesis, a system message will now be displayed when their effect expires. So all the engineering and survival manuals will now have a thing that says it wore off. Simple enough. Just displays a message when it wears off. The level cap for crafters and gatherers have been increased to 100. And what used to be what used to be the max is purple scripts is going to become white scripts, and then ha. It's pretty much the same thing as tombstones. Ha. Hold up. Need a drink. Oh. Ah, okay. That's like me when I do the EXP rings in Final Fantasy 11 if I leave it up. But that is a much more devastating. That is a much more devastating thing to happen, though. Because you can only renew those rings once a week. Yep, that you do. Let's see, but yeah, pretty much they're swapping the scripts around. White scripts become purple scripts, and purple scripts, the things that were once traded in for purple scripts now become orange scripts. So the new level 100 stuff's going to use orange scripts. Everything else before that's going to use purple. And the same, it's pretty much the same. Okay. Yep, that. I don't blame you. But yeah, this is gonna work like the tombstones. Essentially, just getting currencies are getting swapped around. You won't be able to get the old currencies, and you can exchange the currencies around at the script exchange and Revenant's Toll. So, same old Kit Kat and Caboodle. The amount. Okay, that's interesting. The amount and type of crafters and gatherers scripts received from custom deliveries have been adjusted. Oh, okay. This is actually interesting. Hold up. Okay. The amount and type of crafts and gather scripts received from custom deliveries has been adjusted. The following changes have been made to collectibles. The experience points rewarded when delivering collectibles will be standardized per item. The amount received no longer being reduced at lower levels. Okay. Experience points rewarded when using a class at level 90 or above to deliver collectibles that are level 90 or below have been capped at 1,000. Oh. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. We've already got the job guide up, so we're going to look at that. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Why did they feel the need to do that? That one right there is gonna hurt. Oof, indeed. The following crafter actions have been removed: Focus Synthesis and Focus Touch. Focus Synthesis. Huh. I'm not sure. I'll have to...
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
What's up, Raz? But Focus Synthesis and Focus Touch, I'll have to... Right off the top of my head, I don't remember what those are. But then again, I haven't been on Crafter in a while, so... Reading 7.0, complete patch notes, buddy. Complete patch notes. We're also doing job changes, too. After we get done with the actual patch notes, we're moving over into the job-related changes. We're gonna be here for a minute today. Reflect, let's see, the following adjustments are made to crafter actions, applicable to all crafter classes. Reflect, efficiency has been increased from 100% to 300%. Okay, that's going to be quite useful. And advanced touch. Okay. I never used Observe, so that's why I didn't know what they were. An advanced touch now acquired at level 68. Previously level 84. Ooh! They knocked down that level. Both standard touch and observe are now combo actions. Oh! That would actually work out pretty well. The categories under special recipe in the crafting log have been adjusted. That took off. Yep. Now they might be usable. Now they took all the separate Ishgard restoration categories and they lumped them into one. Thank you. That's nice. And then that's job guide stuff. The following minor and botanist actions can no longer be used when a gathering point is at maximum integrity. And for minor, it's solid reason and wise to the world. And botanist, ageless words and wise to the world. Which just means you can't overcap on a harvesting node's health anymore. You can't waste it. So if you accidentally hit it at the start of a node, it's not going to go off. Now, one of the main things is, though, they need to make... I'm not sure if Wise the World was a... you had to use it then, or you could wait. Hopefully they made an adjustment to that. New miner and botanist gathering points have been added. Yep. New items, obviously. The gathering window will now display the integrity of a gathering point. So now it'll have integrity up at the top. So you now be able to see actively, if just watching the window, how much a node has left. Most of the time, I don't see the window anyway, because I'm using auto gather. New fishing holes. Yep. New teeming waters. Yep. The bait and tackle window will now also display swim bait, a new form of bait obtained using a level 91 fisher action, Spareful Hand. So, is this like... My thought process behind this, is this like a storable mooch? is this what, like, would you be able to put it like, okay, this fish is going to be used to catch that fish later. Plunk into the ice bin. That's what I feel like that is. We'll see, because that one's actually going to be nice. This is another nice thing they put in, is the fish guide will now indicate whether a fish requires precision hook set or a powerful hook set to catch. Thank you. I'm glad you guys, I'm glad they're adding preferred baits. They added in preferred baits. They're adding in hook sets. They're adding in stuff to make the fishing guide freaking useful. And I am all for this. Make it easier. Let me know when stuff is going to, like, what I'm going to need to use to catch the thing. Ah. We've had a fishing guide, but now it feels like a definitely much more useful fishing guide. Yeah, we've had this thing for ages. LMAO. Call me when I can fish with a grenade. Ah. That'd be pretty hilarious, I won't lie. Following the increase in level cap, the following adjustments have been made to rewards obtained while ocean fishing. Level 1 through 49 experience points. Level 50 through 99 experience points. And purple gatherer scripts. At level 100 you get purple gatherer scripts and orange gatherer scripts, though apparently you gotta get certain conditions for that one. See, this is what I'm talking about with overlooked stuff. GP will no longer be reduced to 0 when players are incapacitated as a non-gathering class. Was that an issue with, like, crafters? Like, crafting out in the wild and you get freaking ambushed and then you die? Now, Spirit Bond gained when gathering will now be based on the gear's equipping level rather than its item level. I guess it just means, like, actual level. Following this adjustment, Spirit Bond bonuses when gathering at unspoiled legendary nodes has been adjusted. Okay. Players will now receive a bonus to Spirit Bonding when landing a big fish or legendary fish. New tomes of regional folklore have been added. Yay, regional folklore. Woo. I'm gonna need to get that stuff again. Double GP, please. We'll see if they added something in that, a trait or something in there, if they added that in the job actions here shortly. We're almost done. Following changes have been made to desynthesis. The leveling cap has been increased from 650 to 710. When using quick desynthesis, canceling will now close the window out if all items have been desynthesized. After checking the desynthesize entire stack box in the desynthesis window, this option will remain unchecked even after desynthesizing unstackable or single items. Which is lovely. That actually is a nice little thing. Unless you just didn't want to desynthesize the entire stacks. But let's talk about the new mounts. Llama. Alpaca. We got an alpaca mount. Llama, 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 llama. And you want to know something ironic? Like, the area where they're in, from what I can tell, is Urkopacha. Is Urkopacha just an Emperor's New Groove reference? Think about it. Has llamas. Has Pacha in the name. Just really think about it. Just really think about it. I only see one mount, my regalia. I need more GP regen to save me from my cordial addiction. It pretty much is an addiction. It's just like, I don't have enough energy for this. Alright, I'm good now. Yeah, that's one thing I wish they would do. Lower the cordial cooldown, Jesus. It doesn't need to be 2 minutes. New minions have been added. You can literally just get a standard house cat, and you can also get this boy. I like the fact that it's a freaking, like, little seal. I'm okay with the seal. I'm okay with the house cat, too. New Chocobo Barton has been outed, Pilgrim. It's the good, the bad, and the queh. Yep, one can dream. Like giving Carbuncle his basic attack back. I don't know why they took that away. Like, let the little guy do something instead of stand there derpy-faced. New fashion accessories have been added, and I love that umbrella, and I probably will figure out how to get that umbrella as soon as I can. Alright. System. We're gonna be going through a little bit of a... This is the last bit of it. So, starting off with the graphical update. Yeah, bring back Harvey as a companion. Maybe. Maybe. The following graphical details have been added. Improvement movement of certain weapons, tools, and gear. Character tilting when turning on certain mounts. Certain environmental effects, such as water splashing and smoke, will now appear darker in the shadow of nearby objects. Wavering distortion effect when underwater. Hopefully we can turn that off. Subtle eye motion. Subtle eye movements for player characters and certain NPCs. Now we can definitely tell when that NPC definitely has the twitchy eye. As part of the first graphical update, the following details have been, I'm going to put this in quotes, improved. Character hair and face textures. The appearance of skin on player characters, animals, monsters, etc. The appearance of hair on player characters, animals, monsters, etc. Subtle hair movements. The appearance of lenses and glasses and other glass objects. The appearance of metallic material on certain gear. The appearance of characters and objects that are wet. The appearance of fog. The appearance of water and waves. The appearance of textures of distant terrain when riding a mount. Soft shadows. Characters used in backgrounds in certain cutscenes. Lighting. Changes in lighting due to the passage of time. With a few exceptions, these updates apply to all content implemented in patch 7.0. Graphical updates will be applied gradually to older content in future updates. So, it's not for everything yet. But it's for a good amount. But let's look at the before and after. This is the before. And this is the after. It is a definite difference. Like, the overall texture itself hasn't changed, but you can tell the fidelity of it has. Because you can still see this little issue right here. Less shiny, more textury, apparently. You can still see that little graphical glitch right there, though. That's funny. Now, cloth is interesting, because this is how it looks up close now. That's gonna look night and day different. 1 second, I gotta sit here and like up-res this. Oh look, it looks like cloth now. Interesting. The number of light sources used for shadows has been increased. Yep. The following updates have been made to grass. I won't probably have to say this very often. The following updates have been made to grass. Improved textures, increased density, color spotting, motion from wind, and in character interactions. I do like the fact they did show in the live letter where you can actually walk through tall grass and it actually kind of parts around you. Yep, GPU probably going to take a bit of a beating on this, but I don't expect it to take too much of one. Upscaling via AMD FSR 1.0 and NVIDIA DLSS 2.0 has been added. DLSS is only available on Windows. So, yeah. Movement from wind will appear more consistent at high frame rates. Never really noticed that, but okay. When a game tells you to touch the improved grass, yes. Go out and touch the grass. SSAO via GTAO has been added. So that's anti-aliasing. Alright, now we're finally down to system. These additions and adjustments are also applied to the character editing via Fantasia, character selection, and character editing via the Aesthesion. They've talked about some of this stuff in when they redid the benchmark. So they added in the lighting selection for the ethereal background from the benchmark that they did. We can now sample character combat voice lines, so if you want to hear that Lalafell, yeah, in whatever voice that they have, you can. You can now find the most annoying voice to use. Class selection is now grouped by... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Class selection is now grouped by roles. I wonder what they did there, actually. When using the Aesthesion, the display of headgear and face wear can now be toggled on or off. Nice. When editing the character appearance by way of Fantasia, players will have 60 minutes of in-game playtime from the initial usage to re-edit their appearance as many times as they desire. So, You pop open a Fantasia, you chug that bugger down. Now you'll have 60 minutes of in-game playtime to see whether or not you like the changes. So, that's nice. And I love the fact it got listed to in-game playtime and not real-world time. And it has like a little message. If you wish, you can edit your car. Yeah, so you can do that. In accordance with the addition of a new market board, reduced tax rates have been adjusted. Because they added one to Tulial, they're going to want people to do it in Tulial. So, retainers get moved to Tulial. Yep. The following additions and adjustments have been made to retainers. Retainers can now be registered to the Tulial market. You may now create female Rothgar retainers. Them Rothgals. The retainer level cap has been raised to 100, obviously. Retainers can now be assigned Viper and Pictomancer jobs. Pretty much it still goes in the same vein. You gotta unlock it. And then you'll have to change them over. Using a copy of Modern Vocation. New retainer ventures have been added, and new items can be obtained from quick exploration ventures. So, new stuff. Then, new achievements and titles. Elite marks will now be displayed in the recommendations list. Yeah, but that's usually a more passive thing anyway, to level them. And you can't level them until you level yourself first. So, think about that. The guild cost for using teleport has been adjusted. I cry on the inside and hope it's not anything major. The addition of... Yep. With the addition of new areas, the world map has been updated. Thank you. That is good, though. The map will be updated according to progress in the main scenario. That's good, because then it doesn't spoil you on the whole where you going thing. The following adjustments have been made to maps. On the map for the Lumensa Lower Docks, the position of the red arrows, including area boundaries, indicating area boundaries, have been adjusted. And all maps will now display at high resolution quality. So, yeah. Nice. Following additions have been made to the player search menu. Viper and Pictomancer have been added, and 7.0 areas have been added under custom. When editing search info, the size of the online stylus pull-down menu has been increased. Nice. The following adjustments have been made to target information. When a target's remaining HP is set to be displayed as a percentage, decimal values will not always be shown. Thank you. When the setting display only detrimental effects you inflict is enabled, it will be only applied to enemy targets. Once again, thank you. Following this change, the name of the setting has been adjusted to display only detrimental effects you inflict on target. Thank you. Just thank you on that one. That'd be nice. The following additions and adjustments have been made to the Actions Traits window. The default view of the Actions tab will now separate actions that can and cannot be assigned to the hotbar. So, it was doing that anyway, I thought. Mhm. The default view of the action, a new option has been added, allowing players to choose whether certain actions will be replaced by another on the hotbar when executed. So instead of it being like, okay, I'm going to use Garriskull and the Nostrand, and it's one button, you could separate it into two if you want to. So. And it also says a new option has been added to enable a recast timer to prevent erroneous inputs of actions that replace others on the hotbar upon execution. So, yeah, you can now do that. The following additions and adjustments have been made to job gauges. Gauges for certain jobs have been added or adjusted. So, like, I know Ninja is under that category. They lost the windmill because they changed the skill for Suyin, one of the ninja skills, the speed up one. They changed that to have they changed that to just be a trait. So they still have it to where the attack is still there. It's just now just an attack. You permanently have the speed up now. So they grease lightninged it. Good. It's about damn time, honestly, with that one. Yep. The display of job gauges can now be disabled via the HUD layout menu. Yeah, if you want to, you can just turn that shit off. And the parameters used for the text command job HUD mode have been adjusted according to the order in which job HUD elements are unlocked. Okay. And then they added essentially tutorials or help with glamour stuff. Descriptions of the help menu of the emotes window have been adjusted. When viewing a repair request, the item details will now include information pertaining to dyes and affixed materia. When viewing items attached to a MOG letter, the item details will now include information pertaining to dyes and affixed materia. The requirements to keep the new adventure status has been adjusted as followed. Which I think it just got updated for... Come on! That's the thing you got... This is what they need to stop doing. By now, if you're going into Dawntrail, you are no longer a new adventurer. I don't care if you boosted. Like, here's the thing. The have played less than 300 hours. That I do feel is fair. But I'm pretty sure the coming... Yeah, that's the thing. Dude, you either got to play through an entire story arc to no longer be a new adventurer, or you have to turn it off manually. You can turn it off manually. But it's just like, dude, we should not have this high. That is my major complaint with that. I can understand that thing. It should last till Stormblood, max. Because by then, you know what you're doing. You know how the game kind of works. You know what you are freaking. No. I'm a little bit more harsh about it. I would actually say Stormblood. The 300 hours in Stormblood. Once you complete, once you get to Stormblood, it should drop off. And that might be why they do it. What you just brought up. Would be nice to see if someone level boosted though. That might be why they do it. That might be the only reason why they do it. I don't know. But yeah, that really the new adventure status. Yeah, it really is. The bonus to experience points will earned when a mentor forms a party with a new adventure or returner will now apply until level 90. And then, obviously, your mentor requirements are updating. And that's just mainly with the level. You just gotta get to level 100. The rest of the requirements are still the same as they were before. 1,000 dungeons, 1,500 player comms. Yeah. And above the argument, it should have like a blossoming effect. Like, okay, you hit Stormblood, you're no longer a sprout, you're a flower. You're a bud. Or something. If you're gonna do it like this, it needs to have a transition. Because it's like, okay, you're a sprout. Okay. Bleh. Then once you make up Stormblood, it becomes a budding flower. Then if it's like in this case, since it's going all the way up to Endwalker now, that's when when you hit when you actually hit Endwalker, it's a flower. And then you finish up the latest expansion, then it's just completely gone. I feel like this is a problem. And I feel it's not really even the fact that matters. Like, we cannot tell who new players are anymore. We cannot tell who actually needs help in duties if they have this thing all the way up to freaking. Yeah. You're a tree now. They do. That's the returning adventurer status. You do actually, I think, get an icon for that. Hmm. Yep. Yes, it's the lowest flower for the return after you got more than 30 days. Yeah. That is a thing for returners. Yep. Then, pretty much for mentors, you just have to reach the new max level cap. All the other requirements are still the same. And during that time, you just got to reapply for certification after you get to level 100. And we'll be able to use the Novice Network chat channel and the mentor party bonuses during the renewal period. Won't be able to do your roulette mentor or change our status. So, yeah. Log message will now be displayed when newly created characters on new or preferred worlds meet the requirement to receive a guild bonus. I've never heard of this. Okay. The following additions made to adventure plates. New accents. Yeah. Love it. The color lettering on the base plate of the 12 Folds Blessings Framers kit has been changed to black. Thank you. New accents. Yeah, it's probably definitely going to be a... it's going to either probably be an Arcadian or a Solution 9 Framers kit thing. That's definitely going to be a Tool-Y'all thing, so... New accents have been added. New poses have been added. And when viewing the Edit Portraits interface, new filters are available for background frame and accent background frames and accent lists. Nice. Like the filters. When hiding the display of headgear, the setting will apply to instant portraits even after changing headgear. Which, that's also nice. Lamau. I hope not. I hope that's not what we get. Because that's not worth it. The little head thing they gave us from completing, for doing all level 90s was like, alright, that's fine, I guess. Following changes have made a group pose. Good old G pose. New sticker has been added, and the patch logo frame has been out there with a patch 7.0 logo. So, now it's Dawntrail. When using monitors with a resolution wider than 16:9, screenshots taken from certain cutscenes or with certain frames in group pose will have copyright information placed within the bounds of a 16:9 resolution. Which is weird. Not applicable to certain cutscenes or when affected by camera settings is enabled. I don't get that. Oh. Yep. And they've finally smushed up the freaking copyright. Thank you. Now it went from copyright 2010 to 2024. Square Enix Code Limited. All rights reserved. Now it just goes copyright Square Enix. Thank you. Done. Duties that can be recorded via the duty recorder have been changed. Ugh. Before it was the Mother Crystal, Eurosephine, and Anabasos, the 12 Circle Savage. Now it's going to be Thalia and two of the new ones from No, it's going to be two of the new ones from from the Dawntrail. The log message that displays when a congested area is inaccessible has been adjusted. It will probably now say there's too many bitches here. You need to go somewhere else for right now. No, I don't know what it would say, but... And, oh, that's actually nice. A button to temporarily hide display of the chat log has been added. Thank you. For real, thank you on that one. Alright, 1 second. Okay. It's time for the biggest duty while we wait, called Touch Grass Extreme. Lamau. I actually hope it means a keybind shortcut and an actual button on it. Because realistically, the only way you're able to hide the chat log right now is by like right-clicking on like almost a tab of it. So, like, hold up, I'll show you guys something. I hope it works like my VTuber software here. Alright, you see how, like, down here, you can't really see it probably too well because it's actually next to the light there. But I got a little button down here that I can click that'll bring up the UI and hide the UI. I'm hoping to just give us something like this to be like, oh, okay. Like, leave something like this chilling on the screen that we can just click and bring it, like, shrink it. That's kind of what I'm hoping. There it goes. Yeah, well, yeah, it's pretty much like it's supposed to be like an asterisk or a star. But it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that actually, in that sense, it actually would be a pretty nice little thing. Just something that'll actually, like a button that'll remain on screen even after the chat log has been, like, hidden. Yeah, something like that. Like just a sub-command button that can be there. But, following changes have been made to alarms. The maximum number of alarms that have been increased that can be set has been increased from 10 to 30. Woot. The character limit for alarm names has been increased from 10 to 20. The layout of the alarm editor interface has changed. Simplified alarm settings are now displayed by default. Additional options are available after selecting the down arrow for advanced settings. Wish they added a mute sound for screenshots while they're at it. Yep. Sound options are now available for alarms. Sound options are now muted while undertaking duties. Alarm sounds are now muted while undertaking duties. So yeah, nice. The following adjustments have been made to the blacklist. You can now Thanos snap people you don't like out of existence by adding them to your blacklist. Most of the time. Characters registered to the blacklist will be hidden. So anybody on your blacklist, you won't be able to see them. Messages from characters registered. Well, hold up. Let me finish reading that. When joined in a party of alliance, the character will be displayed. However, their name will display as unknown in the party list and on their nameplate. Pretty much. Messages from characters registered to the blacklist will be hidden. When joined in a party or alliance, a notification will be displayed when they speak during duties. After receiving a notification of blacklisted messages, players may elect to temporarily see what was written via the subcommand menu, which is nice. Blacklisting will apply to all characters tied to the blacklisted character's service account. So if you blacklist... Ha! If you blacklist somebody on an account, if you blacklist one character on an account, every character on that account is blacklisted. So you're blacklisting the account now. You're not blacklisting just a character. You're blacklisting the entire account. The blacklist tab. Oh, hold up. Blacklisting for party recruitment will now also apply to all characters tied to a service account. A system message will be displayed if a blacklisted player joins a party you're in, or if you join a party that contains a blacklisted player. New blacklist functionality will not be applied to characters tied to a blacklisted character service account if they were registered prior to 7.0. So you'll need to, like, remove them and then re-add them. The amount of new unknown players. How all got to use the same name? Ha. The blacklist tab has been removed from the social window and will now be displayed in its own window found under social in the main menu. Okay. Players can now save comments regarding blacklisted characters. So you can make note of why you blacklisted them when you blacklisted them. No. No, I do not. Players can now save comments regarding blacklisted characters. Nice. I said that already. Black. Ugh. Yup. Blacklisted characters and all characters tied to their service account will be subject to the lodestone blocked users list. So it'll also block them on the load. Okay. Okay. Yep. Exactly. The mute list has been added. The mute list can be found under social in the main menu. So essentially, you can just mute people. Be like, I'm done with you. Mute. So, messages from muted players. Muting will apply to all characters tied to the muted service characters account. While their messages cannot be seen, if they are members in your party or alliance, a notification will be displayed when they speak during duties. Players can also save comments regarding muted characters. Exactly. And then you can do the same thing like you do with the blacklist. You can view the menu. View it if you want to. A term filter has been added, allowing players to mask messages containing specific words from the chat log. Once registered to the term filter, any messages containing designated words can be hidden from the chat log. So you can kind of set up your own term filters. You can hide words and whatnot. So the term filter can be used to hide display of registered words two ways. Display the applicable term filter number. System message will be displayed, including the term filter applied to the chat log. Message could not be displayed due to term filter 1. Hide the affected message in its entirety. Messages containing a registered word will be completely hidden, which will probably be that one. So, yeah. And you can pretty much do anything with that, you know. as a term filter usually does. So you can freely register words as they see fit in the term filter list window. Select a desired word in chat log, then register it via the subcommand menu. Half width and full width spaces, as well as words from the auto translation dictionary, cannot be registered. So, yeah. And up to 10 words can be registered to term filter list. And you can do it by filters there. And then saving registered words, term filters are saved locally. So all that's saved on your PC or your PS5 or your Xbox. In order to reduce server congestion upon the release of patch 7.0, the following measures will be implemented temporarily. We will continue to monitor server activity and remove these features when server congestion is determined to no longer be an issue. Use of data center travel system and world visit system will be restricted for certain worlds and data centers. Finally, can block those club shoutouts. Yep. Players who are inactive for 30 minutes will be logged out automatically. So if you're logged out, if you're sitting there chilling in Limsa for more than 30 minutes, Ramu's short-term memory will forget you and you'll be snapped out of existence. And thus you will have to get back in. You'll have to log back in. Me and a friend actually like to give Ramu, make Ramu like the manager of the data of the server. So anytime there's a server issue, it's usually Ramu having an issue. Ha. And then new areas will be split into multiple instances. So, particular instances can be selected when entering from neighboring area or teleporting via Aetheryte. You should also do that with the cities. Like, they should have done that with the city zones, too, because they're going to get pretty congested with people going in and... No, I just want to idle in the street corner. You cannot idle in the street corner, sadly. Players should now use the mouse to drag and drop actions onto or off of the W cross hotbar. Okay.
Such devastation!
Yes. Quite. Gradation of the main menu background and gamepad mode has been adjusted to improve visibility. The DualSense Edge wireless controller can now be used on Windows. There you go. DualSense Edge wireless controllers and DualSense Edge wireless controllers can now be used via Bluetooth on Windows. But during that time, haptic feedback, controller sounds, and create button functionality are unavailable when connected via Bluetooth. Wish they'd move grand companies' HQs away from main cities, or at least add another way to interact with them without having to walk through a crowd, lol. I think you can actually... There are some people out in the wilderness you can interact with to give you the same effect. But I think the turn-ins, I think it's only done there. I don't know. I know there was an NPC in, Drybone. There was an NPC in Drybone, but I don't know. When playing on the PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series hold on. When connected to a 120 Hz monitor, the maximum frame rate for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X or S is now at 120 FPS. So, please note this is only changed to a maximum frame rate. This setting will not ensure your system runs at a steady frame rate. So, those people on console, you can, it'll cap out at 120 now. It won't go any further. When playing on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series S, trophies and achievements can be obtained or unlocked if their requirements have been fulfilled while playing on other platforms. Okay, alright. So if you're playing on like PC and then you go over to like PlayStation 5, like, and you check the achievements thing, it'll start just popping trophies if you've already completed the thing. That's kind of nice. When playing on a PlayStation 5, a system message will, on the PlayStation 5, system message will now be displayed indicating when players load the PlayStation 4 version of the game. Okay. Following options is added to the character configuration menu. General tab, quest progression settings. Yeah, the hiding the NPC. So it's under General tab, quest progression settings. Okay. Supplementary explanations of graphical options have been added to display settings in the system menu. So you can click help options now for the graphics. That's nice. And now they'll sit there and talk about all of the graphics update they've got over this in a live letter. We're kind of just going over that for now. They took out this, though. It's actually interesting. They added in resolution for upscaling and frame rate. 3D resolution scaling, enabled dynamic resolution, all that. Pretty much most modern stuff here. So, yeah. The default setting for UI resolution is changed to high. Okay. And then all of this has been removed. So the old texture filtering is gone. The old glare effects are gone. And enable wet surface effects. All that's just been taken out. And they've also adjusted graphics presets too, so based on removal stuff. The following additions and adjustments have been made to the system configuration interface. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series XS. So you can limit under display option, the option to limit frame rate 30 FPS has been added. So you can put that on. In accordance to our first graphic update, a graphics settings tab has been added. The following categories have been added to this tab. Movement physics. Available settings, self party. So you can see theirs, maybe? I don't know how that works. Following categories have been removed. PlayStation 4. Graphic settings, resolution, enable dynamic resolution, and use low detail models on distant objects. And then you got draw quality, enable dynamic resolution, all that stuff's been moved to graphic settings on the consoles. And then you got your list of new commands here, which I'm not going to go over. The following text commands can now be used to adjust volume levels even during events such as cutscenes. Master volume, BGM, voice, system sounds, ambient sounds, sound effects, self, sound effects, party, sound effects, other, perform sounds, and system sound speaker. This is something I've been kind of wanting for so long. But now I feel like if you were just grinding or something, then you're like, oh, I'm going to hop in. I'm going to start doing some of the MSQ. But then you're like, oh no, I'm in a cutscene. I forgot to turn on my sound. You can now do that. You couldn't do it in the past, and it was honestly one of the most aggravating things in the universe. Yep. New parameters have been added to the HUD text command Job Gauge 1 and Job Gauge 2. These parameters can be used to toggle the display of job gauges. Awesome. Following parameters have been added to the alarm text command. Bunch of sound effects and mute. Okay, and now new parameters of jobs and areas have been added to the search text command, and new parameters have been added to the pet size text command for Solar Bahamut. So, all's good and dandy there. Okay, additions have been made to the Auto Translation Dictionary. Additions have been made to the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 Autocomplete Dictionary. New trophies and achievements have been added for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. New music, sound effects, and voices have been added. Sound effects will now play when touching certain plants. New plant sounds. The layout of the game launcher has been changed. The title screen logo and opening movie have been changed to those of Dawntrail. The logo and opening movie for Endwalker can be viewed by selecting movies and titles at the title screen. So, I do like the fact they still have that as a feature. You can just kind of go back. It's like, I don't like Dawntrail, so I'll go back to Endwalker. So, that's nice. It doesn't save it, though, so once you, it doesn't save it, so once you log out, it's reverted. So, sad. The following additions and adjustments have been made to the title screen. Options and license have been added to the title screen. Configuration has been renamed System Configuration and can now be found under the options at the title screen. Installation details have been also added within options, displaying information on previous installations. Interesting. With that one. What does that mean? The game version displayed at the top left of the title screen now only includes the base package and most recent expansion. Yes, thank you on that one. Because that looked a little, like every time you looked up, it was like, ta 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 ta. A notification will now be displayed when a player is logged out due to inactivity during periods of congestion. The display of certain world names has been changed in the world selection window. World names will no longer include a region label, regardless of game client language settings. Okay. Interesting. After registering to use the World Visit system, accessing an Aetheryte and selecting Visit Another World server will display your pending registration. Okay. Retainer ventures can now be assigned via the companion app. Players can not only assign retainer ventures via the companion app, can also receive items once they're completed. So now that thing has actually become super useful. So now while you're out and about, it's like, I can assign my retainer to do something, and I can get it back. So yeah. Players can not only assign retainer ventures via the companion app, but also receive items once they're completed. Retainer ventures assigned in-game can also be completed via the app using the Couponut and Mog coin in-app currency. Should be Yep. It should be noted, however, that exploration and quick exploration adventures can only be assigned in-game. Furthermore, standard adventures cannot be assigned to exploration and quick exploration adventures while exploration and quick exploration adventures are underway. So I think they're doing the like 18-hour, 24-hour freaking retainer, like the long term one on the app, but they're still making it to where like going and collecting items and doing the quicker ones. I think those are still being limited to the actual game. You can't do those in the app. I think that's fair. Cramp. Cramp in the neck. Cramp in the neck. That's the worst. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. Ah, cramp in the neck. How does this work? Oh, that hurt so much. Oh. Oh. Good old neck cramp. Didn't think I'd have that today. Ow. In the neck. Yeah, I had a muscle cramp in the neck. Oh, that's new. Ow. Ah, gosh. All right. I think after we finish reading these patch notes, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna do a little bit of walking around, maybe try to stretch a little bit, because oh, that hurt. This is what a 2 days update does to people. Yep. But let's finish this up real fast. Should be noted. All right, hold up. We need gaming to be healthy. Yes. Setting an exploration or quick adventure to completion pending will allow you to assign standard retainer ventures. To complete a pending adventure, you must summon your retainer in game. Healthy. It's because I've been like talking for so long. I think it's where like my neck muscles, like I'm talking and my neck muscles are doing their thing. It's like it was just like I've been working too hard. I need a break. So I'm about to take a breather for about like 5 minutes after this. High potion. But yeah, any experience, like, I like how they're doing this because they're making it to the long form ones, not the quick ones. Quick ones you still have to do in game. Fair. Any experience points earned or retainer ventures counted towards earning achievements will not be claimed until logging into the game and summoning your retainer. However, any experience points earned cannot exceed that needed to level up your character. So you gotta level it, log on every once in a while, and get your EXP. And Viper and Pictomancer have been added to solo rankings for the deep dungeons. They really are trash. But the following issues have been addressed. An issue in the raid battles, Alexander Cuff of the Father and Alexander Cuff of the Father Savage, wherein fight progression reset under certain conditions when the area was sealed off. An issue during the third boss battle in the Criterion Dungeons, another Aloha dungeon island. We might have to take a break before this. Wherein certain status effects applied by the boss could be transferred to a paladin using the cover action. Yeah. Yeah, give me a hot minute, everybody. I'm gonna take a breather. I'll be right back. we are back. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had to get up and move around a bit. That neck cramp done me in. Okay, so where were we? An issue during the first boss of the battle in the dungeon, the lunar subterranean, wherein the doom of status effect applied by ruinous confluence could not be guarded against using the bard action, the warden's pen. Okay. An issue with wherein the status effects granted by stage PvE actions Heima and Panheima did not appear in the party list. Status effect gained old. Yep. An issue during the PvP campaign Hidden Gorge, where players could safely attack enemies from certain locations without retaliation. An issue wherein the Forgotten Figure furnishing could be sold to NPC vendors for a higher price than other similar furnishings. Lamau. Issues within certain graphics and animations of the Imitation Magitech Repair Station floor unit, an Imitation Magitech Repair Station wall unit, outdoor furnishings did not display properly. Yeah. An issue with undertaking to leave to kill a dragon on name day L, wherein experience points granted was the incorrect amount. What? That was an issue. Oh yeah, I skipped ahead. Damn. An issue wherein the description of the minion wind up Dulia Chai was inaccurate. An issue wherein the graphics for certain gear did not display properly. An issue when using the data center travel system, wherein player characters could not move between physical data centers under certain conditions. An issue wherein players used a Tales of Adventure item prior to 6.2 did not receive the achievement Broken Bridges. Okay. Players who meet the requirements for this achievement after 7.0 can unlock it by selecting Broken Bridges from the achievements menu. Alright, I read that already. An issue in island sanctuaries where furnishing glamours could be placed in areas where outdoor furnishings cannot be normally set, rendering the associated furnishings inaccessible. Lamau. An issue when applying glamours via the armoire, wherein die information for gear would remain under certain conditions. Okay, I guess it was an issue. Issue wherein dies could not be previewed when trying on gear under certain conditions. An issue when affixing material via the armory chest. Hold up a sec. Pause. An issue when affixing materia via the armory chest. Oh, wait, never mind. The armory chest or character windows wherein the scroll bar of the material melding window would reset. Issue wherein the hotbar enemy sign and cross hotbar enemy sign text commands did not function correctly when designated attack 6, attack 7, or attack 8 as signs. An issue wherein the keyboard inputs would no longer register when controller connection was lost. Xbox Series X or S and other minor text issues have also been addressed. Other various issues have also been addressed. Known issues. An issue in Yoctel when are in camera collision with an object at a site of an elite mark battle. causes sudden shifts in camera positioning. An issue when customizing or editing Phase 1 as a hero Midlander, wherein tattoos and scars are layered in the opposite order in the event that they overlap. An issue wherein the marks Cat's Eye and Sally the Sweeper appear invisible if seen using an action that causes movements from great distances. Okay. In the event you encounter this issue, the mark should reappear if you're within close proximity when they use another action that causes them to move. Okay. Issue wherein setting real-time reflections to standard or high causes certain elements in trial cutscenes to display incorrectly. Okay. An issue in Dungeons introduced in patch 7.0 wherein the visual indicator for certain boss attacks is smaller than intended. An issue wherein the start ranking dummy in Stone Sea Sky has incorrect HP values when undertaken as a Viper Pictomancers for duties prior to 7.0. An issue wherein other players appear invisible after exiting a deep dungeon under certain conditions. In the event you encounter this issue, please log out of the game and log back in. Hope it doesn't happen to people, but apparently it's a thing. An issue when playing as Gunbreaker, wherein the action icon for Gnashing Fang loses its highlighting after executing Reign of Beasts, even if the execution requirements are met. An issue wherein the descriptions of PvE monk actions, enlightened meditation, inspirited meditation, steeled meditation, lol, and forbidden meditation do not indicate that they cannot be executed after opening 5 or more chakra. You know, actually, you make a point of the bots, though. Technically, you actually make a good point about the bots, though. Because if you could use the blacklist actually to detect botted accounts. Like, realistically, if you can see somebody's clearly botting, you can slap the blacklist on one of them. What am I talking about? That wouldn't work anyway. That cramp got me all discombobulated. Never mind. An issue when playing as Viper, wherein the action Serpent's Tail cannot change to other actions when the player is affected by 31 or more status effects. What in the sweet Jesus? Yeah, it blacks the whole account now, but if the problem is regardless of how it goes, those who are doing botted accounts with botted characters have to use separate accounts. Because you can't log in. As far as I know, you can't log in. Let's see. So yeah, if you're a Viper and you get like 31 or more status effects, which I don't know how in the sweet hell that would actually work. Like even with your own personal status effects. Yep. Huh. How the hell would you get 31 or more status effects? I would love to know how they pulled that off. An issue when playing as Bard, wherein the description of Reign of Death states the recast timer is shared with when Bloodletter, even after learning the action Heartbreak Shot. Okay. An issue wherein the descriptor of dancer action close position is incorrect. The action erroneously states that it shares the effects of Tilia with the dance partner, even when the correct action is finishing move. Okay. An issue when playing as White Mage, wherein the healing over time potency of PvP action Divine Caress is incorrect under certain conditions. Okay. An issue when viewing the gathering log, wherein the gathering location designated for Nephali flower is inaccurate. Uh, an issue when using group pose, wherein changing facial expressions via emotes causes small lip and or eyebrow movements. Okay. An issue wherein a DualSense wireless controller does not function when connected via Bluetooth while a DualShock 4 controller is connected, which makes sense. An issue with certain graphics cards wherein setting graphics to maximum or high desktop causes the night sky to flicker. Interesting. An issue wherein lowering the game's resolution while dynamic resolution is enabled causes the game graphics to appear distorted, Xbox Series X or S. This can be resolved by disabling dynamic resolution. An issue wherein letting the game remain at the title screen for an extended period of time results in a black loading screen that cannot be canceled. I have experienced this in this current format, though. It doesn't end up loading the Endwalker, it doesn't end up loading the Endwalker video. It just sits there in a black screen and it just doesn't want to load. No, they moved it for consoles. So that's it of the 7.0 patch notes by itself. Now we move on to the job guide. And it was updated today. The real Endwalker is the Black Void. Yes. The Black Void of Doom. First off, I need to make sure my no script thing up here is going to let me be able to do this. Oh, okay. Patch 7.0 adjustments overview. Ooh, we'll read that after. We'll read that after we get done. So, Paladin. What did they change for Paladin? Revisions. Okay. Potency was increased from 200 to 220 for Fastblade. Yeah, I don't expect Beastmaster news till later. Fighterfly added Goring Blade ready for 30 seconds. Okay. And then Riot Blade got an increase. From 140 to 170. Combo potency has been increased from 300 to 330, so a little bit more damage. A little more damage. All descriptions are based on action attributes. This just takes me back to 7.0. No, it's not. Yep. Okay. Okay. Goring Blade. Recast time has been reduced from 60 seconds to 2.5 seconds. And shares a recast timer with other actions. So we talk about Goring Blade? Yeah, it's a trait. They've already stated that it's going to be a trait. Royal Authority got a 40 potency increase. Okay, they added combos to the bottom. That actually makes it a little easier. The combos grants 3 stacks of Sword Oath to change the grants atonement ready so you can do the combo for atonement. So wait a minute. What? This little sword of mine. Oh yeah, I think that evolves. It evolves into Royal Authority from Goring Blade. That's why I was like confused for a second there. Okay. Derp. So this has got a 40% increase and it pretty much it does the same thing it does. Just got more oomph. Okay. The additional effect increasing damage reduction by an additional 10% is now affected by the Guardian status effect. Okay. Holy Spirit. Got a potency increase. Essentially, that's really all I've got. Potency has been increased from 350 to 370. Potency while under the effect of Divine Might has been increased from 450 to 470. And Rasa Squat potency has been increased from 650 to 670. Okay. So I got a little it got a little boop. Atonement delivered. Okay. It's got potency has been increased from 400 to 440. The additional effects grant supplication ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. The requirement for execution has been changed from while under the effect of Sword Oath to while under the effect of Atonement ready. Fair. Rest in potatoes, Sword Oath. You're finally gone. And all these are all 76, so cool. So now it goes from Atonement, Supplication to Sepulture. I'm fine with this. And it gets stronger per hit. Yes. It's a proper combo. Delivers attack with a potency of 440. Restores MP. I'm saying this action cannot be assigned to a hotbar. So I want to see if this is one of the ones we can separate. This is one of the ones I wonder if we can separate. And 480, same thing. Restores MP. Revisions for Confidor, it has gotten a potency buff by like 20. So. See, Blade of Faith. Potency buff by 20. Blade of Truth. Potency buff by 20. And Blade of Valor. Potency is increased from 4 to 20. Grants Blade of Honor ready. Has been added with a duration 30 seconds. Okay, so it's this for this. So Paladin gets 3 new skills. Guardian. Reduces damage taken by 40%. Duration 15 seconds. Additional effect directs a magic barrier which nullifies damage equivalent to a heal of 1000 potency. And duration of 15 seconds. That seems OP. I get that at 92. Imperator, 96. Girl, is this a new move? Girl, is this just a plain old new move? It doesn't upgrade? Oh, wait. It must just be an upgrade. I wonder if I'll show those. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 580 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Grants 4 stacks of Rasa Squat, which... Duration 30 seconds, increases the potency. Okay, yeah, it's just updated. It's a upgrade. Okay. Guardian is a Sentinel upgrade, yep. And then this does the same thing, it's just AoE now. And then Blade of Honor is the final bit of the new attack. Does a potency of potency of 1000, jeez. I'm gonna hurt you, and I'm gonna hurt you a lot. Alright, the only things that changed in our roll actions is Rampart, which got increases HP recovery via healing actions on self by 15% has been added. Yep. And then it's increased to 15 seconds. Alright, now we got Enhanced Fighter Flight, which will execute the Goring Blade. Okay. So now I should get both those at the same time. Sword Oath. Grants Atonement ready. Yep. It's still there, but not there anymore. Melee Mastery. 1. Which we got at 84. Includes notation of increased potencies for Supplication and Sepulture. Okay. And then we got Sentinel Mastery, which upgrades Sentinel to Guardian. Melee Mastery increases the potencies of all the stuff we talked about to the potencies they currently are. 220 for Fast Blade, 70 for Riot Blade, 180 for Royal Authority. Holy Spirit is 370. Atonement to 440, Supplication to 460, Sepulture to 480, Confidor to 440, Blade of Faith to 240, Blade of Truth to 340, and Blade of Valor to 440. We didn't even get a new skill, we just got a thing added to our end of our combo. Realistically speaking. Got mostly upgrades to previous skills. So they play exactly the same. I do like they added this in here. So, okay, that was Paladin. It doesn't really look like anything happened on PvP actions, so we're not going to worry about that at the moment. Because we're only going to look on the PvP actions for Viper and Pictomancer. Alright. Good old Oonga Boonga Warrior. Let's see what you got. Alright, these revisions that are talking about here is just potency increases. Which every tank got for their basic things. Except for that one. That one actually got knocked out. Mithril Tempest actually lost potency. Which is kind of funny. Still Cyclone lost potency. By like 10. Storm's Eye got increased from 100. Damn, that actually got a good buff. I got a 40 potency increase. Fell Cleave. I got a 60% increase. Holy shit. Fell Cleave hits hard. Now also requires Beast Gauge to be 50 or greater to charge Inner Chaos. Ooh. So if you use it before then okay. Alright. Decimate got updated. Yep. Seems like it so far. Decimate got potency from 200 to 180. And same scenario with that one. It needs to have Beast Gauge be 50 or greater to charge chaotic Cyclone. Okay. See, shake it off. Now removes damnation upon execution. So I guess that must be a new skill. And a release grants an additional effect. Grants us the additional effect. The additional effect grants stacks of burgeoning fury upon successfully landing Fell Cleave or Decimate. Up to a maximum of 3 has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. The effect at maximum stats become wrathful. Changing inner release to Primal Wrath has been added. Okay. Chaotic Cyclone delivers a critical hit with a potency of 300 to all nearby enemies. So, yeah. Its potency actually got knocked down by like 20. Inner Chaos. Alright, doesn't look like anything really changed with the skill itself, but character motions and visual effects have been changed. Okay. Yeah, maybe slowing it down a little bit. which makes sense. Alright, the additional effect grants Primal Ruination ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds, okay? Okay, so guess that's the level 100 skill then. Okay. Damnation reduces. Okay. Reduces damage taken by 40 and delivers an attack with a potency of 55 every time you suffer physical damage. 15 seconds grants Primeval Impulse when the effect expires. Primeval Impulse effect healing over time with a cure potency of 400 for 15 seconds. Damn. Warrior. Jesus. Primal Wrath. Delivers an attack to all nearby enemies with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 70% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed when wrathful. So going back to inner release. Inner release becomes Primal Wrath after you use your Fell Cleaves. Okay. And then though this is actually fair though. I'll give this one actually an actual thing. It's an upgrade to one of the previous defensive skills, but you can only do it once every 120 seconds. Once every 2 minutes. So that is okay, that is fair. In my opinion. Warrior's just too stupid and angry to die, lol. Yeah. So this one would be what you use and then follow it up with Primal Ruination. Okay, that makes sense. And then this still the same. We've gone over that already. They have changed that's at Chaos a little bit, so you're not gonna if you're gosh dang it. If your gauge isn't above 50, it won't upgrade those anymore when you use Infuriate. So, yeah, there's a Vengeance Mastery. Upgrades Vengeance to Damnation. Melee Mastery 2 increases the potency of all basic skills, pretty much. All the basic skills. Heavy Swing to 220, Maim to 190, Storm's Path to 200, Storm's Eye to 200, and Fell Cleave to 580. Enhanced Inner Release grants a stack of Burgeoning Fury upon landing Fell Cleave or Decimate while under the effect of Inner Release. So, go Ultra Ham. And then Enhanced Primal Rend grants the effect of Primal Ruination ready after executing Primal Rend. So after you do your Capstone skill from the previous expansion, you can do the Capstone skill from this expansion. They give you a little bit of a Warriors Viking suddenly became Big Brother and made an oath to destroy anyone that has harmed his little bro. So he became a tank. Yeah, about right. You hurt my brother. I hurt your face. Do 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 do. There we go. Ba ba da ba ba da 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 ba da ba ba da 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 ba da ba. Warriors just lunk. Yes. Alrighty. Dark Knight. Let's see if they added something to help you in dungeons. Oh, they got a serious increase. Holy shit, that's almost a 100-point increase. That one is a 100-point increase. The additional effect reduces the recast time of plunge by 5 seconds. Has been changed to reduces the cast time of Shadow Stride by 5 seconds. Sad. That's still the saddest loss I think that's going to be in this expansion. The loss of plunge. Ah. Oh, dang, they increased potency of that like a big time. Potency has been increased from 120 to 240. It's double. It's got double potency. Blood weapon. Reduce the stacks from 5 to 3. Okay. Blood weapon has a little bit of a trick this time, though. Yeah. It can hit like a truck. I'm seeing though if that's a I'm seeing if that's a level 90 though. A higher level thing. It probably is. Potency has been increased from 100 to 120. So that's the AoE, so yeah. Salted Earth. No longer changes to Salt and Darkness upon execution. Did they get rid of Salt and Darkness too? Shadow Stride. Yawn. Plunge will always be peak Dark Knight for me. I don't care. Oh look, I can just slide right up to you. Whoa. Everything else still the same on that. They increased the potency of Blood Spiller from 500 to 580. Same thing with Quietus. They increase from 200 to 240. Oh, thank you for not even... Now, Delirium grants 3 stacks of Delirium and Blood Weapon. Changes Blood Splitter to Scarlet Delirium and Quietus to Impalement. Duration 15 seconds. Each stack increases blood gauge by 10 and restores MP upon landing weapon skills or spells. For 15 seconds. Effect does not stack when hitting multiple targets with a single attack. Okay. Okay, Living Shadow. The additional effect grant scorn for has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Simulacrum potency has been increased from 350 to 420. Nice. Shadowbringer potency has been increased from 500 to 570. Simulacrum now execute Steam with a potency of 620, and it no longer requires 50 blood gauge for execution. I kind of like that, not gonna lie. That can now be assigned to a hotbar. So Salt and Darkness is its own skill now. Fuck? Hopefully we can... Hopefully that's one of the toggles. And Shadow... It's kind of fun that Shadowbringer itself didn't get a potency update. Why is this its own separate button now? If they didn't get rid of it. Something tells me this is one of the separations they did. And the recast is 20 seconds. Okay. Odd. What? Alright, new skills. Shadow Vigil. Ah, that's nice. Reduces damage taken by 40%. 15 seconds grants Vigilant. For 20 seconds. Now you can stack mods better before using it seems, I guess. Vigilant effect, restore HP when HP falls below 50% or upon effect duration expiration. Cure potency, I guess it only does it once. Cure potency 1,200. That is a freaking Medica too. That would be a Medica too. Damn. I guess it only happens once though, so. Okay. Scarlet Delirium delivers an attack with a potency of 600, restores MP. Yeah, that's what they were talking about earlier. Can only be executed under the effect of Delirium. Okay. Comeuppance. Alright, so that's a Delirium. This is the Delirium combo. Right here, these 4. Or stuff you can use on a Delirium. Scarlet Delirium, Comeuppance, and Tory Cleaver. Excog skill, yeah. Additional effect restores MP, can only be executed while under the effect of Delirium, okay. And an 800, same thing. This is the AoE variant, which is a potency of 320 to all nearby enemies. Does the same thing. And it has a 2.5-second cooldown, so you're probably going to just spam it for the stacks. A Disesteem deals physical damage to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 800 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while Scorn is active. Alright. I skip over the roll actions because they're the same. Okay, so those potency increases aren't going to come to not till 94. For Melee Mastery 2. That we talked about. But damn, even still, that's impressive. That makes Dark Knight a kind of a powerhouse, not gonna lie, in its own right. And then you got your defensive upgrade. Upgrade Shadow Wall to Shadowed Vigil. That's a potency increase. You upgrades Bloodspell and Quietus to Scarlet, Delirium, and Impalement respectively. Okay. Get that at 96. And then Enhanced Living Shadow grants the effect of Scorn after executing it. So you can only execute Disesteem after using Living Shadow, which works. Blue DPS, yes. That's about it for that. Now, Gunbreaker. Let's take a look at what you did to you. Potency increase. Well, actually, no. Grant's ready to break. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they set up for that. Now the potency increase. Actually, basic attack goes from 200 to 300. Potency will go from 160 to 240. And, okay. Potency increases. Potency increase. Dude, damn, Burst Strike. You get a really good one. Alright, hold on. We're gonna have to go down through this. That one's a potency, that one's a potency. I think that's the end of the combo. Yep, that's the end of the combo. Then Burst Strike. Now, you can only use Sonic Break after using No Mercy, apparently now, so... Trajectory, sad. Gnashing Fang got a potency increase. Same thing with Savage Claw. 380 to 500, jeez. 460 to 560, jeez. 640 to 540 to 620, jeez. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna get all these potency increases, and we're gonna go back and flex on old content so bad. Continuation. Okay. Faded Circle may be followed by Faded Brand. Okay. So ready to rip. Potency. Potency increase by like 40 there. Another 40 there. Another 40 there. Grant's ready to raise. Yep, 9mm to 50 caliber. Grants ready to raise. The effect ends upon execution of any weapon skill. Okay. Now you execute Bloodfest. Grants ready to rain. Blasting Zone's potency got increased by like 80. Hypervelocity went up 40. Now we're in the new ones. What gimmick do you have? Gunbreaker. Increases maximum HP by 20% and restores the amount increased. Okay, so that's nice. No lie. It still also reduces damages by 40%. So that's nice. Well, you get 3. Did we not have 3 before? I thought we only had 2. And Faded Brand delivers... Okay. I see what this is. Alright. Deliver an attack with a potency of 120 all nearby enemies. That's kind of crap. I won't lie. Versus all these other potencies. That's shit. Ah. Okay. Shows you all how often I play Gunbreaker. So, okay, I kind of got an idea of how this is working then. So yeah, you go from because these are all the new skills right here. You get your new 3-part combo at level 100. And that thing is a beast. Literally. In both name and fucking potency. Rate of Beast. Delivers an attack to target and all targets nearby it with a potency of 800 for first enemy and 60% less for all remaining. Then, Noble Blood delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 1000 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. So a potency of 400, that's still pretty good. And then delivers an attack to all targets and enemies with a potency of 1200 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. So yeah, that's lovely. That's a lovely lovely update there. For that, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna smack the crap out of stuff. I read spam this on single target there. What single target? By the time you're done with that, the single target is gonna be a puddle of mush. That thing is a nuke skill. And then, let's see. Enhance No Mastery. Become ready to break after executing No Mercy. And then Nebula upgrade. the potency upgrades we talked about. Enhanced continuation becomes ready to raise after executing Faded Circle. An enhanced Bloodfest grants the effect of ready to rain after executing Bloodfest. So yeah. That's kind of that. Thanks God, the potency increases. Jeez. All right. Now we move on to White Mage. Ah. All right. So Presence of Mind. The additional effects grants 3 stacks of Sacred Sight has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Added Ethereal Shift at level 40. So. Quickly dash 15 yalms forward. Yeah, that's probably not going to be used a lot. Tetragrammaton. Now has 2 charges. Plenary Indulgence now triggers an additional healing effect upon receiving HP recovery via Medica 3. The potency has been increased from 65 to 70. Damage over time potency has also been increased from 65 to 70. Yay. Fluidous Mastery. Oh! Oh! Potency has been increased from 1,240 to 1,320. That's a buff. It's a bit of one anyway. That's a pretty noticeable potency buff. Temperance grants Divine Grace. I don't know what these do yet. Blood for the Blood Lily! Yes, exactly. Glare 3. Potency has been increased from 310 to 330. So, it's a little harder. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, that's an AoE. Glare 4. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 640 for the first enemy and 40% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while Sacred Sight is active. You're no longer glaring. Oh, jeez. Sacred Sight, which you would need to use. I saw that back here a little bit. Where was it? Where was it? Yeah, you execute Presence of Mind for Glare 4. And you don't have to wait long. You don't have to wait long to use that, buddy. You get that at 92. We have unlocked energy nukes. Yes. Okay, that's pretty good. And it has no cast time either. It's an instant. And then Medica 2, or sorry, Medica 3. So it has a What is Medicus 2s? Hold on. Ah, big whoop. 25. No, what? Hold on. Are you Medica 2? I lost you. When the doctor's had enough. Restores the HP and HP of all party members. Cure potency 250. Additional effect regen 15 seconds. Is it just me, or do I feel I'm like I'm being stupid here? Medica 3 has the same cure potency as Medica 2, but has a better regen effect. What? What? Allow me to reiterate. What? What? Okay, enough for the what's. But still, what the fuck? I guess. But I'm just looking at it like, you figured that would have, like, the equivalent increase at least to the regen potency. So the cure potency got like 100, is now like 175 for the regen. So why couldn't the cure potency get that 25% buff too? What? And Divine Caress. Creates a barrier around self and all party members near you that absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency. 10 seconds. Grants Divine Aura when barrier effect expires. Divine Aura effect. Healing over time. Cure potency 200. Duration 15 seconds. Can only be executed while Divine Grace is active. Okay. Medica 2 is the one that really, or Medica 3 is the one that bugs me the most. Because that should have increased the cure, like just potency increases across the board. Alright. It's kind of dumb. I'm not gonna lie. And then Swiftcast got reduced 60 to 40. All the traits are roughly still the same. Hence presence of mind. Okay, so at 94 you get the White Magic Mastery, which increases the potency of DNS damage over time 70, a flatulous misery to 113, so those buffs. Upgrades Medica 2, so that's going to be an upgrade. 98, you get multiple charges of tetragrammaton. Yep. Enhanced Temperance, Divine Grace. Okay. Alright. Alright, that was White Mage. Scholar. Wow, Scholar didn't change much at all either. Change Stratagem got a upgrade from 15 to 20 seconds. The additional offense, it probably set it up like they did the White Mage. So, 15 to 20 seconds. The additional effect grants impact imminent has now been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Damn. Dialysis gets a 5 potency increase. Recitation. Oh. The recast time has been reduced from 90 to 60 seconds. It also allows the execution of consultation without consuming resources while also ensuring critical HP is restored. Alright. Action changes to consolation upon execution has been removed. And there's consolation. It can now be assigned to a hotbar. Broil 4 got an increase from 295 to 310. That's probably due to an upgrade later. Baneful Impaction. Deals unexpected damage over time to target and all nearby enemies and all enemies nearby it. So AoE, you got an AoE dot now? Man, Bard's getting shit on. We're gonna see if he got an AoE dot. If Bard did not get an AoE dot, I'll be sad. Yep. Has a potency of 140 and a duration of 15 seconds, so yeah. Nice. Consultation. Restores... Yep. Well, technically your glares are about that, so... Your glares now are equal to pain. Restores own HP and HP of all nearby party members. Cure potency 200. Erects a magic barrier which nullifies damage equal to 180% of the amount of HP restored. Duration 30 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked with certain Sage barrier effects. Alright. Fair. But damn, consultation. That's gnarly. That's like a... I think that's like an upgrade to your standard barrier. Seraphism. Level 100 ability, instant, 180 seconds. Gradually restores the HP of self and all party members within a radius of 50 yalms. Cure potency 100. Changes ad liquidum to manifestation and consultation to a session. Additional effect resets emergency tactics recast timer. Reduce its recast timer to 1 second. Duration 20 seconds. Effect cannot be stacked with dissipation. Can only be executed while a fairy is summoned and you are in combat. Hot damn! Manifestation restores target HP. Cure potency 360. Grants galvanize to target. Grants galvanized target nullifying damage equal to 180% of the amount of HP restored. When critical HP is also restored, it also grants catalyzed nullifying damage amount equal to 180% of the amount of HP restored. 30 seconds, cannot be stacked with certain sage barrier effects, can only be executed while under the effect of Seraphism. And the other one's an AoE version. So, nice. And no new fairy skills. Only roll thing is swift cast. And then the upgrades too, you get enhanced chain stratagem, you get imminent impact imminent at 92. You get your potency bust at 94, tactician's mastery. Upgrade succor to collation at 96, consultation at 96, so succor gets updated. And enhanced recitation. Reduce the recast time 60 seconds. So, there you go. This ain't spoilers. They got this up. They got this ready. This is all already up. This is information publicly available, sir. I'm going through everybody. I'm going through all the classes right now. We have been at this for 5 hours. I read through the patch notes. I had a neck cramp. One second. Where you at, bitch? There. Okay. Well, that was Scholar anyway. We're done with Scholar. Now we're moving to Astro. Astro got a full rework, so this one's probably going to take a minute. So, Combust got a potency increase. Okay. Essential Dignity. Got 3 charges of it now. Now, this is what I was going to look at. So you have Astral Draw and Humble Draw now instead of just Draw. So it draws the Balance, the Arrow, the Spire, and the Lord of Crowns from your Divining deck. Restores 20% of maximum HP. Upon execution, play 1 changes to the Balance, play 2 changes to the Arrow, and play 3 changes to the Spire. Minor Arcana changes to Lord of Crowns, and Astral Draw changes to Humble Draw. And it shares a recast timer with it. Draws the Spear, the Bowl, the Ewer, and Lady of Crowns from your Divining deck. Stores 20% of maximum MP. Play 1 changes spear, play 2 changes to bowl, play 3 changes to the ewer, minor arcana changes to Lady of Crowns, and Humble Draw changes to Astral Draw. Okay, shares a recast tribal. So yeah, I already knew they were going to draw multiple cards. And each one of these changed to that now. Okay, it shows it on there. So play 1. Okay. It shows what symbols they'll turn into based on your draw. Possibly. I have to play around with this. Aspected Helios actually got level squished a little bit. It go from 42 to 40. Combust 2 has its potency increased by 10. Divination. Effect duration has been removed from 15 to 20, increased from 15 to 20 seconds. The additional effects grants divining has been added with a duration of 30. Okay. And that would actually make it a little easier, because then it's like, okay, it's kind of weird, but seems a bit button bloaty. I agree. The effects of this action has been completely revamped. So Minor Arcana now plays either the Lord or the Lady. So, makes sense. Combust 3. No, actually, still 4. Oh, you're right, it is 5. I miscounted. 6. No. Astral Draw and Umbral Draw actually turn into each other. These actually go hand in hand. After you use Astral Draw, it becomes Umbral Draw, and after you use Umbral Draw, it becomes Astral Draw. That's one button. That'd be 1. That'd be 3. Where'd it go? That'd be 4. Yeah. I'm not sure about major yet. Yeah, no. There's no major. There's no major, so it's only minor. I think major kind of got removed. I'll have to go through those actions here in a minute, but Combust gets a increase from 5570. Horoscope. No, it's not. It's not 2 buttons. It's in. It actually states it in the thing. This action cannot be assigned to a hotbar. Astral Draw changes to Umbral Draw when requirements for execution are met. This be 1 button. This be 1 button. Yeah. Still a lot of buttons. But it's a lot less buttons. It's one less button. Combust got a 25. No, 15% potency boost. I need a Reads Fortune horoscope, 10 seconds, effect upgraded to horse. Yeah, it's they're gonna have to figure that out. That's something they're gonna have to figure out. But that is a lot of buttons. Okay. Helios conjunction, okay. Neutral sect increases healing magic potency by 20%. Additional effect, that's probably, yeah. When a casting expected benefit of Helios conjunction erects a magic barrier which nullifies damage. Nullifies damage of 250%. Damn. Expected benefit. Nullifies damage equaling 250% of the amount of HP restored. And then nullifies damage equaling to 125% of the HP. Damn. That's still pretty. That's beefy. That's a beefy boy. Fall Men effect went from 250 to 270. That's an 82. Macrocosmos is still existing. Because apparently you can just hit it now. Did it just remove text? We got 3 new skills. Oracle, which deals unexpected damage with a potency of 860 to a target and all enemies nearby it. Can only be executed while divining. Helios conjunction is an upgrade to Helios. As far as HP, 250, regen, 175. It's Medica 2. Sorry, it's Medica 3. Sun Sign reduces damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10 seconds. By 10% for 15 seconds. Can only be executed while Sun Touch. Well, technically you had draw, undraw, play, redraw, and Astrodyne. So it's still about the same amount of buttons. Yeah, Sun Sign. What executes Sun Touch? There it is. Ah, okay, so you'll have to do neutral sect and then it'll let you do Sun Sign. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, Astrodyne's gone. Yep. Alright, let's see what each one of these do. The balance. Increases damage dealt to it by a party member or self by 6% if target is melee, DPS, or tank. Or 3% for other roles. So yeah. The arrow. Okay, alright. That's already better, because that's... Yep. Signs are gone too. Increases HP recovery via healing actions for a party member or self by 10%. Technically, it got knocked back to... It got time maged back to its original self. In the dumb sense. It got a reverted upgrade. Or downgrade. Depending on how you look at it. It is. Definitely odd. Uh, well, it's also they also from reading just the arrow description, they've also simplified they kept them in a simplified state versus what they originally were. Because beforehand, each card had the same thing that the balance does. Well, each card initially had the same problem that the balance had, where its potency changed depending on what roll you put it on. It looks like they've otherwise cut that out except for the damage boosts. That's exactly what it looks like. It's like all the cards look like they do actually stuff for everybody, with the exception of the 2 damage cards. So that's honestly a lot better than what it was. Well, it's also because like it like when uh Astro was originally released, we still had TP. We still had TP back in them days. And the Spire used to actually restore TP. So managing TP around that old system was for Caster wasn't too bad, but TP was kind of nightmarish, and I'm glad it's gone. What else these cards do though? I'm wondering. Kind of, yeah. I like them a lot better than I did the old ones, actually. Like the original old ones, not the DPS ones. It gives them back their utility. I think I know why they did that though. Then again, I stopped playing Astro after they actually turned all the cards into DPS cards. I really did. So with the newer systems for those 2 expansions, from Shadowbringers to now, I don't know. I didn't know how a lot of that stuff fully worked. I know you had to get like 3 different signs in a row and do all that stuff. But that's why I dropped. Back when Shadowbringer started, when I stopped being an Astro main. I tried it, but I just didn't vibe with it. Astrodyne was a nice self buff. Get would be broken with a do 3 cards draw though, yeah. Yeah, let's see what else we got here. That one increases HP recovery by party member self by 10%. That one the Spire creates a barrier around self or target party member that absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 400 potency. Okay. The Spear is another damage boost, but that one's for a ranged DPS or healer. Hmm. Being fair, I see most healers casting that on themselves. I don't even see them putting it on a ranged DPS unless maybe it's a machinist or a dancer. Let's see. The bowl reduces damage taken by a party member herself by 10%. That's what it used to do. Grants healing over time effect to a party member herself. Okay. And the Lord of Crowns. Ew. That's not bad. Deals unexpected damage of the potency of 400 to near all by enemies. To all nearby enemies. That doesn't even have a drop off. That's just 400 for all of them. And Lady of Crowns restores the HP and the HP of all nearby members. Okay. And my understanding of how this works, though, you'll be managing that every 60 seconds. Because you'll cast Astral Draw, you'll play your cards. I think how it works is like, you'll cast Astral Draw, that'll go under 60-second cooldown. It'll change to Umbral Draw and go to a 60-second cooldown. So it gives you more time to play the cards too. It doesn't look like it has duration either, so. It looks like you just play the cards at your leisure beyond that point. Because it looks like the only one that's going to matter, the only one that's going to matter realistically where it goes is play one. This play one looks like it's the only one that's going to matter where it actually goes. The other two can go to whoever needs it. Yeah. Actually, now I need to double check something. Okay. Yeah, that's the part that's gonna suck a little bit, but it just kind of goes back to also how it used to be too. But let's see. Let's look at their comparisons. Find a little bit of a mnemonic way in order to actually remember this. Okay, so either way, increases HP recovery for healing actions by 10% for the arrow. Okay, so your Astral Draw. Yeah, probably gonna have to. Maybe some post-it notes. But think of it this way: the Astral Draw is for like mitigation of damage. Nah, I can't put it that way. Yeah, I don't know. At least the Lord of the Crowns and the Lady of Crowns will be pretty easy to remember. The Lord strikes them down while the Lady provides succor. And then, yeah. Same thing, kind of like the other ones. You execute divination, you get divining at 92. You get the potency increase of Combust 3 and Fall Malefic at 94. You get Helios Conjunction at 96. You get a third charge of Essential Dignity at 98. And then you get Sun Touched at 100. So now this part's been changed, so I'm going to actually look at this. Using the actions Astral Draw or Umbral Draw will replace Play 1, Play 2, and Play 3 with the respective Arcanum, which will be represented in the Arcana gauge. Upon learning the action Minor Arcana, a new card will appear on the Arcana gauge when using Astral Draw Umbral Draw. Using the action Astral Draw will replace Minor Arcana with Lord of Crowns, and Umbral Draw will replace it with Lady of Crowns. We done I'll just macro Lord and Lady and then mess up the rest. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay. I might have to play around with that and see how it goes. What'd you get, Sage? Tell me something got nuked. Okay, it's talking about how it's got its upgrade. Oh, so Terrio actually got a downgrade in time. So now you can now you got knocked down to 60 seconds. So that's good. Physis 2. The effect duration of the additional effect increases HP recovered by healing actions by 10%. Has been increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. Okay, that's nice. Doses 2. Got a potency increase. Eucrasian doses. It just added in a thing where you can't stack it with Dyscrasia. Yep. Alright, now, you got a new skill at 82. Interesting. Eucrasian Dyscrasia deals unexpected time to all. Okay, so that's the AoE variant. That's single target. That's the AoE variant now. Okay. Toxicon 2. Got potency increase. Numa. Also potency increase. That's the laser beam. Psyche deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and 550% less for all the remaining enemies. Okay. Eucrasian Prognosis 2. Upgraded that. Of Prognosis. Rexo Magic Barrier, which nullifies damage equaling 360% of the HP restored. Damn. Duration 30 seconds. We got a plan and it works. It just works. Effect cannot be stacked with those of your creation diagnosis or scholars galvanized. Can only be executed under the effect of your creation. Okay. This action cannot be assigned to a hotbar. Prognosis changes to your creation prognosis when requirements for execution are met. All right. Philosophia increases healing magic potency by 20%. Additional effect grants self and nearby party members the effects of eudaimonia, restoring HP after landing spells. So that's the AoE cardia that lasts for 20 seconds. Damn. Swift cast still the same. Pretty much. You get the reduced Soteria time at 94. Also magic mastery. So you also get the actual potency upgrades. At 96, you get your creation prognosis 2, and at 98, you extends the duration of the effect, increasing HP recovered by healing actions to 15 seconds. So that's for all of them. Anything that has like that type of buff. So, alright, that takes care of the healer, so it's looking pretty good so far. Not really the greatest, but also looking pretty good. Melee DPS. Monk. Let's see what happened with here. This is going to be... all these get potencies. Leaden Fist! No! We lost Leaden Fist. Oh well. Potency has been increased from 210 to 220. Leaden Fist's potency increase of 310 has been removed. Opo's Fury potency of 420 has been added. Nice. Then we go to Coral, which is True Strike. Raptor's Fury potency of 440 has been added. But the potency has also gone down. So, potency for True Strike went down to 290. Interesting. But Snap Punch went from 250 to 300. Flank potency increased to 360. And then the Curl's Fury potency, which of 400 and 460. Damn. Steel Meditation. Okay. That's a new one. You get that at 15? Okay, that's low. Open the chakra up to 5 chakra can be open at once. Opens all 5 chakra when used outside of combat. Okay, we had this skill. It just got like severely like knocked down low. Steel Peak is still there. Delivers an attack with a potency of 180. Can only be executed while in combat under the effect of 5 chakra. I'm glad there was nothing in that. 5 chakra close upon execution. So, yeah. You can just execute that now. It can be assigned to a hotbar. Twin Snakes Delivers an attack with a potency of 380. Can only be executed when in raptor form. Grants 2 stacks of Raptor's Fury. Increases potency of Rising Raptor by 150. And changes form to Coral. Okay. Demolish got changed. Holy sweet Jesus. Potency has been increased from 70 to 340. Rear potency has been increased from 130 to 400. The additional effect, damage over time, has been changed to grant 3 stacks of Coral's Fury. Coral's Fury effect increases potency of Pouncing Coral by 100. Woo! About time. That did no damage. Yep. They just like injected steroids into Demolish, like. Inspirited Meditation. Okay, so I guess that's an upgrade now. The upgraded skill of Steel Meditation. It does exactly the same thing. Why is this here? Is it just a different effect? What's the deal here, yo? It does the same thing. Like, exactly the same thing. I guess it's probably faster. I don't know, man. So it lost Discipline Fist. That gets removed off that. Oh, Legend Fist is gone. That's something that's consistently being shown. The grants a stack of Opo's Fury. Increases potency of Leaping Oppo by 200. Okay. Okay, perfect balance. They changed this a little bit. So added in, changing to Oppo form now grants Coral Chakra. Changing to Raptor form now grants Oppo Chakra. And changing from Coral form now grants Raptor Chakra. Okay. Forbidden Meditation! Oh, probably faster. Okay. Does the same thing. Oh, yeah, it works like meditation off of Samurai. Okay, so yeah, that's probably just faster. The Forbidden Chakra got a potency increase and can be now assigned to a hotbar. Nice. Masterful Blitz. The technique used for one beast chakra type has been changed from Elixir Field to Elixir Burst. Alright, that's weird. Tornado Kick, still the same. Oh, that's still the same. Riddle of Earth grants Earth's Rumination. It's been added with a duration of 30 seconds. And what's it do by itself? Reduces damage taken by 20. Grants Earth's Resolve upon taking damage. Earth's Resolve effect gradually restores HP. Cure potency 100. Duration 15 seconds. Grants Earth's Rumination for 30 seconds. And then you can execute Earth's Reply while under that, which gives a Restores own HP and HP of all nearby party members. For Cure potency of 300 and Earth's Resolves potency of 500. Yeah, so that's all that has, a 2-minute cooldown. Okay. Riddle of Fire increases damage dealt by 15%. Duration 20 seconds. Grants Fire Rumination. Okay. Let's see. Brotherhood job quest. Let's see. The effective duration of Brotherhood and Meditative Brotherhood has been increased from 15 to 20 seconds. Alright, otherwise it does the same thing. Rail of Wind grants Wind's Rumination. Okay. Enlightened Meditation. Faster. Six-Sided Star. Potency has been increased from 550 to 780. Dang. The effect potency increases by 80 for each chakra open has been added. Now closes all chakra upon execution. The effect critical hits with this weapon skill will not open a chakra has been added. Okay. Rising Phoenix. Potency has been increased from 700 to 900. Damn. Phantom Rush. Ha! Ooh. Yeah, that's the capstone skill for 90. And that sucker hits even harder now. Potency has been increased from 1,150 to 1,400. Alright. Now the new skills. Leaping Oppo delivers an attack potency of 260. Oppo Fluency potency is 460 and guarantees a critical hit. Damage dealt is increased when under an effect that increases critical hit rate. Mama said knock you out the class. Yeah, pretty much. Changes form to Raptor. So yeah. The Rising Raptor. 330. Raptor's Fury potency 480. Can only be executed when in Raptor form. Pain. Pouncing Coral. Delivers an attack with a potency of 340. 400 when executed from target's flank. Coral's Fury potency is 440. Flank Coral's Fury potency is 500. It can only be executed in Coral form. It changes form to Oppo Oppo. Elixir Burst. Delivers an attack to all nearby enemies with a potency of 900 for the first enemy and 70% less for all remaining enemies. Additional effect, opens the Lunar Nadi. Additional effect, grants Formless Fist, allowing the execution of a weapon skill that requires a certain form without being in that form. Duration, 30 seconds. Any additional effects associated with the executed action will also be applied. Can only be executed under the effect of 3 of the same beast chakra. Okay. Wind's Reply. Delivers an attack to all enemies in a straight line before you, with a potency of 800 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while under the effect of Wind's Rumination. Damn. I'll hit you with a tornado. It's essentially a Kamehameha of wind. Fire's Reply. Whew. Deals damage to all nearby enemies with a potency of 1,100 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Additional effect grants Formless Fist. Okay, does that. Duration 30 seconds. Any additional effects associated with the executed action will also be applied. Can only be executed while under the effect of Fire's Rumination. And then second wind got a potency increase for 500 800. Deleted meditation and announcement in patch 7.0. So announcement's gone. Spirit Bomb of Fire, pretty much. And Fate's also been increased from 10 to 15 seconds. So we got an actually decent amount of trait revisions here. Ugh, sorry. Been at this for a while. Been at this for a lot longer than what I was actually expecting to. So. Upgrades Brute Shine to the Forbidden Chakra and Steel Peak to the Forbidden Chakra. Okay. What? I don't get that. Okay. Yep. 15 hours. But be worth the wait, I think. Already updated the game. So, all's good. If you hadn't updated the game yet, the game update was out yesterday. I don't feel like this is a typo. Okay, I don't get what that's saying, because that just doesn't make sense. Straight down upgrade Steel Meditation to Forbidden Meditation. Okay. It doesn't say it in here. So, okay, weird. Enhance Perfect Balance. It now grants the chakras instead. Inspired Meditation to Enlightened Meditation. No, they took out improved discipline, fist damage increased to 15% has been removed. Increases the potency of Boot Shine to 2. That's our melee mastery. Beast Chakra. Upgrades Boot Shine to Leaping Oppo. True Strike to Rising Raptor. Snap Punch to Punch a Coral. And Elixir Field to Elixir Burst. So. Essentially, it makes our basic combo something new. And then Twin Snakes goes to 380. Demolish to 340. Dragon Kick to 320. And Six-Sided Star to 780. So, yay. That's potency increase again. 94. 96 grants Wind Rumination upon executing a Riddle of Wind. And level 100 will Fire Rumination. So, yeah. I'll get a lot of revisions. I don't want to look at the combo. I always look at the combos. So, is what's going to happen is it's just rotating through all three of these? Or rotating through those? Well, no, I think it's still working like it does. Because said boot stride, true strike, and snap punch become those. So that's, yeah, our basic combo. Alright. Yeah, yep. Same rotation, new combo. Alright, let's look at Dragoon. Full thrust. Got reduced potency. Fuck you. And yes, I don't blame you on positionals. Combo bonus, Grant's Fang and Clawed Baird has been removed. It's gone. There's the dash that replaced Spine Shatter Dive. Rip Spine Shatter Dive. Grant's Will and Motion's been removed. Potency has been increased from 300 to 500. Now does 50% less damage after the first enemy struck. You're going to do that. Knock that sucker down to 60 seconds. Jeez, that Dragonfire Dive should not be 120 freaking seconds. 90 at most. Additional effects, grants Dragon's Flight for a duration of 30 seconds. We'll figure out what that does here in a bit. You increase the potency by 200. I love that fact, but the fact of the matter that it does 50% less for all enemies, that's kind of bullshit. Especially with the cooldown it's on. If it was a regular ass, just, you know, if it was a regular ass ability, I could understand it having that 50% less. Ah, fucking hate that. Anyway. Battle Litany. Now the 20-second increase. Nice. Fang and Claw. Potency has been reduced from 260 to 140. Ow. Flank potency has been reduced from 300 to 180. The combo action Heaven's Thrust has been added with a potency of 300 and a flank combo potency of 340. No longer requires the effect of Fang and Claw barred for execution. Does that mean... Hold up. Mean Dragoon has 2 combos. Actually 2 combos now. Like just straight up full 2 combos. Like it always had kind of like that going on for itself, but... Oh, good God, that's gonna be funky. That's gonna be funky. Combo action disembowel. Oh my god. Ow. Sorry, I gotta whip out my Stephen He impression for a minute. What the hell? I don't have a sound alert for it, so I'll just whip out the impression. So now, true. My understanding of this is now we technically have 3 combos for Dragoon. Go away, there's a gnat like flying in my face for some reason. Combo action chaotic spring. I don't understand. I guess I'll understand here in a minute. Potency is combo action. Heaven's Thrust has been added with a potency of 300 and a flank combo potency of 400. No longer requires the effect of Fang and Claw for execution. Okay. Potency downgrades, obviously. Combo action Chaotic Spring has been added with a potency of 300 and a rear combo potency of 340. No longer requires the effect of Wheel in Motion. Now, Garruskull is Garruskull. Potency has been increased from 260 to 280. Reduced damage for all remaining enemies has been changed from 30% to 50%. Disagree with that. Hardcore. The effect of Life of the Dragon now increases damage dealt by 15%. Effect duration has been reduced from 30 to 20% seconds, which that's also something I kind of disagree with. The additional effect grants 3 strikes of Nostron ready has been added with a duration of 20 seconds. No longer requires the full gaze of the first brood for execution. Recast time has been increased from 30 to 60 seconds. What the hell? Literally, what the hell? Because now Garruskull, you can only do once every 60 seconds. You can do that once every 2 minutes. Why? Why? And there's the AoE Sonic Thrust that's still as trash as usual. Drake's Bane. It delivers an attack with a potency of 440. Wheeling Thrust, or Fang and Claw. Combo bonus grants Draconian Fire. 30 seconds. Can only be executed after successfully landing Wheeling Thrust or Fang and Claw as a combo action. Wait. Combo action Heaven's Thrust. Go back up. Alright, I don't know yet. We'll see what's going on with this. Mirage Dive. The additional effect strengthens the gaze of your dragon's gauge by 1. Has been removed. So they took the gaze away too. So no dragon eyes in the gauge anymore, apparently. Reduce damage for all remaining enemies has been changed from 30% to 50%. Recast time has been reduced from 10 to 2 seconds. Which means you can throw that thing 10 times in a Life of the Dragon state. And it can now be assigned to a hotbar, apparently. Korth and Torment. No, it's still the same. Ride and Thrust. Okay, they increased Ride and Thrust to 320. Stardiver. Why are they doing this to Stardiver? Reduce damage for all remaining enemies has been changed 30% to 50%. The effect Grant Starcross Ready has been added with a duration of 20 seconds. Effect ends when Life of the Dragon expires. Oh boy. Heaven's Thrust. Potency has been increased from 100 to 140. Combo potency has been decreased from 480 to 440. Combo action has been changed from Vorpal Lance to Lance Barrage. The combo bonus grants Fang and Claw Bear has been removed, because yes, they're taking that away. Okay, potency has been reduced from 100 to 140. I think that's a typo. Rear potency has been increased from 140 to 180. Combo potency has been increased from 260 to 300. I think they meant to say increased. Rear combo potency has been changed from 300 to 340. Combo action has been changed from Disembowel to Spiral Blow. The combo bonus grant Wheel and Motion has been removed, yep. They just beefed the potency of that one to 440. Okay. Rise of the Dragon. Prerequisite quest? Oh, uh-oh. Into the Dragon's Maw. Level 92, what? Deals physical damage to target and all nearbys with a potency of 550 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while under the effect of Dragon's Flight. So essentially, you can now smack it twice. You can now do double dragon dragon fire dive. There we go. Okay. Delivers an attack with a potency of 130. Lance barrage. Okay. Spiral blow. Okay. And Star Cross, which looks freaking epic. Deals physical damage to a target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 50% less for remaining enemies. Can only be executed while under the effect of Star Cross ready. Removing Spy Shatter Dive and Dragon Sight in patch 7.0. Rip to the kings. At least the Dragon Sight. It lost its tether, then it lost itself. And Spine Shatter Dive, that's just... It's not a big loss, but it's still a loss. I missed that as a gap closer. That's what I used it for. Same thing's going on here. You got freaking... potency increases. So let's see, new traits. Enhanced jump, you get at 54. Damn, that actually does increase the potency of jump pretty good. 320. So it didn't say anything about jump, did it? Regular ass jump. Yeah. Yeah, what? Life of the Dragon has been completely revamped. Increases damage dealt by 50% upon successfully landing Garruskull. Grants 3 stacks of Nostron ready. Upgrades jump to high jump, yeah. Lance Mastery. Potency buffs. And... that's 76. 84 gives you better winged glide. Trait Lance Mastery 2 has been... or Lance Mastery 3 has been changed to Lance Mastery 2 now increases the potency of Drake's Bane to 400. Okay. Lance Mastery 3 increases potencies. Grants you get enhanced Dragon Fire Dive at 92. Potency upgrades 94 seems to be the current reoccurring thing, so... upgrades Variable Thrust to Lance Barrage and Disembowel to Spiral Blow. Okay. And then enhanced Star Diver. Grants Star Cross ready upon executing Star Diver. So, and you have to do that while under Life of the Dragon, so... Deleted Lance Mastery, Blood of the Dragon, Life of the Dragon, Dragon Mastery, and Enhanced Spine Shatter Dive in patch 7.0. The... What the fuck am I looking at here? Are you saying all of this spawns off True Thrust? Are you saying this is essentially a... Okay, hold up. I was trying to figure out something here. So now we're in 4-button combo mode. Is this what's going on? So that seems like what this is kind of implying. Good lord. No, sorry. 5. 5-button combo. Holy crap. Hey, it is a 5-button combo. They're making you really work. They're making you really work that shaft. Anyway, now that my brain has been fried on that one, moving to Ninja. Okay. They got their basic potency increases, looks like. Yep. Now you just get to train harder. So that they increases Ninja gauge by 40 has been removed, so they took it off a throw or a mug. Potency has been increased from 140 to 200. Rear potency has been increased from 200 to 260. Potencies are increased by 100 while under the effects of Cosmetoi has been added. Okay. Hagake Mujinsatsu. The combo bonus extends Huton duration by 10 seconds for a maximum of 60 seconds has been removed. Fair, because they changed Huton. That was the one. They changed Huton. Because they made it a freaking, they did it the Grease Lightning did. They turned it into a trait. Okay, let's see. Potency has been increased from 140 to 220. From 200 to 280 for flank potency. 360 to 420. For combo potency. Flank combo potency has been increased from 420 to 480. The combo bonus extends Huton duration by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60 seconds has been changed to grants 2 stacks of Cosmetoi with a maximum of 5 stacks. Increases potency of Aeolian Edge by 100%. Okay. I just let Rabbit carry me there. New skill at level 66. Dokumori. Just straight up deliver an attack with a potency of 300. Additional effect increases target's damage taken by 5%. Duration 20 seconds. Additional effect increases the chance of additional items being dropped by target if Dokumori is dealt before or as the finishing blow. Increases Ninki gauge by 40 and grants Higgy 30 seconds. They literally just turned Ninja into Thief. That way. Unless that's an upgrade to Mug. Which it could be. So, we'll see. Damn, these even got a lot of revisions. Bava Kakra. Increase potency increase from 350 to 380, and the bonus potency from Mesui has been increased from 500 to 530. Alright. The additional effect grants Tenri Jindo ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Missouri. The effect dispels Soiton, increasing the Ninki gauge by 50, has been changed to dispel Shadow Walker, increasing the Ninki gauge by 50. The additional effect increases potency of Bakugo to 500 has been changed to increases potency of Zesho Meppo to 700 and Bakurova to 530. The requirement for execution has been changed from while under the effect of Suiton to while under the effect of Shadow Walker. Okay. Bunchin. You got changed too. It just got text removed. The text action changes to Phantom Kamatachi. Yeah, Kamatachi upon execution has been removed, so it doesn't do that. Because I don't. Now I just need to remove all those magic spells, because I don't remember your Ninja Harry being part of the movie. You're a Ninja Harry. I'm a what? Okay, Phantom Kamatachi. The additional effect extends Huton duration by 10% to a maximum of 10 seconds to a maximum of 60 seconds has been removed. Can now be assigned to a hotbar. Okay. Forked Raiju. Potency increase from 560 to 640. And same thing with Fleeting Raiju. 560 to 640. Increase. Let's see. Kunai's Bane. More damage, more power. That's a new skill at level 92. Deals damage to all nearby enemies and with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and a 50% less for all remaining enemies. Additional effect afflicts target with Kunai's Bane. Kunai's Bane effect increases damage you deal target by 10%. Can only be executed while hidden. They did say something about that, so. Death Frog Medium. Nice. At 96. Deals fire damage with a potency of 300 to target and all enemies nearby it. Ninki gauge costs 50. So, Big Frog. Do damage. Zesho Meppo. Deals unexpected damage with a potency of 550. Mesue bonus potency is increased to 700. Ninki gauge costs 50. Can only be executed under the effect of Higgy. Shares a recast timer with Hellfrog Medium. Exactly. Wait, technically they do. They technically do have one. But it's kind of more like an after image, a hit. Versus the Shadow Clone. That'll be our 110 ability. Tenri Jundo. Level 100 deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 1000 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. So, yeah. Pain. Inflict pain. Alright, let's see what they did to the ninjutsu. Fuma Shuriken got a up. Dang. I got a 50%. I got a 50 potency increase. So 450 to 500, not bad. Raiton really got an increase. Holy shit. Raiton went from 650 to 740. Huton. Deals fire damage with a potency of 240 to target and all nearby enemies nearby it. And grants Shadow Walker. Shadow Walker effects. Okay. Allows execution of actions which require the effect of hidden without being under that effect. That's nice, actually. That's actually really nice. Suiton does the same thing. So, it just got a potency increase roughly. From 500 to 580, that's a pretty serious increase. Roll action still the same, okay. So, at level 45, you get the increased attack speed, reduces weapon skill cast time, recast time, spell cast time, recast time, and auto attack delay by 15%. And that was what I thought. Upgrades Mug to Dukamori at 66. 92, you get Trick Attack to Kunai's Bane. Get your melee increases. Then Enhanced Dukamori with Grant Higgy. Enhanced Tai Chi Jin. Pretty much get that at 100. And deleted Enhanced Bug in 7.0. Combo's still the same, and alright, let's look at this. The Kazumatoi gauge. Using the action Armor Crush as part of the combo grants stacks of Kazumatoi, represented by this gauge. Up to 5 stacks can be stored, which are used to increase the potency of Aeolian Edge. I wonder how that's supposed to flow. Huh. Okay. Well, that's Ninja. Ninja's got pretty good. Samurai look mostly the same. I'll be flat and honest with you. See, potency has got potency increases. It's a 160, 320. Most of these potency increases just come from the dang thing. I'm just not going to read those. We're just going to skip ahead on the... If they got potency increases, they got potency increases. Most of the things did this time around. Combo action has been changed from Hakaze to Gyofu. Okay. What? You start off as Hakaze. No, it changed it. What? Gyofu. What the fuck is Gyofu? Hold up. I think I know what they're talking about. Yeah, okay. Because Gyofu... Okay, I know what it is. Alright, still the same. Potency increased by 10. Potency increased by 40 across the board. Potency increase for pretty much everything. The effect, while under the effect of Tenka Goken changes to Tendo Goken, and Madari Setsuka changes to Tendo Setsuka has been added. Okay, so that's for the level 90 skills. That's for the eye jutsu, okay. Potency has been increased from one. Okay, yeah. All that one just got a potency increase across the board. Okay, yeah, same thing there. Potency increases, and it's going to be coming off Gyofu from 92. All right. Effect duration has been increased from 15 to 20 seconds. The additional effect grants Tsubame Gashi ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. The additional effect grants Tendo has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Iki Shoden Grant has got added with Grant Senshin ready. Has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Hisasu Guren got a. You can execute those a bit more. It went from 120 to 60. Been reduced from 120 seconds to 60 seconds. Nice. Same thing with Hisatsu Seni. Action category has been changed from ability to weapon skill. The effects of this action have been completely revamped. Recast time has been reduced from 60 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Repeat. Wait. 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 Repeats the previously executed Lai Jutsu. Cannot be used to repeat Higginbana. Can only be executed immediately following Aijutsu under the effect of Tsubame Geshi ready. So where did I see it? I saw that just a second ago. Where did it say Tsubame? But yeah. Okay. You have to execute that. Do your thing. And then you can execute that. Okay. Showa. Target has been changed from a single enemy to all enemies in a straight line before you, so that's now an AoE. Potency is increased from 560 to 640, now does 65 less damage after the first enemy struck. So 65 less damage. I'm gonna actually start pulling out a calculator here. I'll pull up a calculator. Said 560. Oh, no, it's 640 and 65 less damage. So 640 times 0.65, that equals 416 roughly. That ain't. Well, that's how much is lost off it. That's 65% of 640. And it was 65% less, so 640 minus 416. $224. Oofies. And then they added Tengetsu. Okay, they just gave it something freaking. It looks like an upgraded third eye, actually. Reduce the amount of damage taken by the next attack by 10%. Grants Tengu's foresight. Tengetsu's foresight. And increases Kenshi gauge by 10 when hit. It restores HP when effect expires. 500? Damn. Girl, you. Okay, I have to see what the heck's going on with that one. So, Ogi Namakuri got a potency increase by 40. And then Keshi Namakuri got changed from ability to weapon skill. Potency has been increased from 860 to 900. Recast time has been increased from 1 to 2.5 seconds. Delivered a critical hit to all enemies in a cone before you with the potency of 900 for the first enemy and 75% for less remaining enemies. Okay. Ogi Namakuri changed to Getchi Namakuri when requirements for execution met. Okay. Then at level 92, you get Gyofu, which is, I think, it's an upgrade to the first skill. Delivers an attack with a potency of 240. Increases Genchi Mage by 5. Zanshin. And Zanshin, you get level 96, delivers an attack to all enemies in a cone before you with a potency of 900 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. Kenshi Gauge costs 50. Can only be executed while under the effect of Zanshin Ready. What grants Zanshin Ready? Iki Shoten. Okay. Now we're at the Laijutsu. Okay, got potency boost by 5. Potency boost by 60. Action categories have changed from ability to weapon skill. Recast times is reduced from 60 seconds to 2.5 seconds. So it's talk about Tenchi. Potency has been increased from 640 to 700. Okay. Ooh, we got some new ones at level 100. This is our level 100 cap skills. Looks freaking sick, actually. Delivers an attack with a potency of 420 to all nearby enemies. Grant stack of meditation up to maximum of 3 can only be executed while under the effect of Tendo after accumulating 2 sen. And then Tendo Setsugeka delivers a critical hit with a potency of 1020. Damage dealt is increased under effect that it raises critical hit rate. Grants a stack of 3 of meditation with up to a maximum of 3. Can only be executed while under the effect of Sendo and after accumulating 3 sen. This weapon skill does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Okay, I see what goes on. So Tendo Genshai Keishi Goken delivers. Okay, alright. So essentially you're going to be able to do 2 of these in a go. In my understanding. Because Tsubame Geshi, if I go back up, yes. So yeah, you'll be able to execute 2 of these in a row. Which means if you execute 2 of these the Tendo Setauga and a Tendo Keshi Sekaguga, whoever is in front of that is done. They're gonna melt. They're gonna melt so hard. And then same things happen there. And it looks like they reduced the trait on reduce the trait levels on enhanced Meku Shishui. Now granted at level 76, the effect also grants the effect of Tsubame Geshi ready upon executing Mako Sushi. Shisui. The samurai sharpened his blade, then reinforced his blade, and sharpened it again. Then you got some new ones. Yeah, there it is. Upgrades third eye to Tengetsu. So third eye becomes Tengetsu at 82. So you're going to have that new ability right out the gate. Hakaze Mastery upgrades Hakaze to Gyofu. Enhance Hisadu. Ah, okay, so that's traits. That reduces those times. Otherwise, they're going to be 120 up until 94. That increases potencies. Enhance Iki Shoten. Grant session ready upon it executing that. And enhance Mekio Sushi. Shisui too. Grants Tendo upon executing a Mekio Shishui. Shishui. Ugh. Okay, well, Samurai got a decent beef up to their kit. Oh, okay, yeah, I think Reapers, most of Reapers is probably potency increase. Harp now increases soul gauge by 10. Okay. But this pretty much still does the same thing. It just has been changed to Grant's enhanced harp effect next to. Yeah. And will reduce recast time of Hell Ingress by 5 seconds upon execution. Same thing there. Spinning Scythe, potency increase. Potency increase. Potency increase. The effect cannot be stacked with Executioner has been added. Okay. Same thing with that one. And that increases potencies by like 100, it looks like. Same thing there. The effect cannot be stacked with Executioner has been added. Potency increases. Oh. Okay, so they reduced the cast time on that from 10 seconds to 1 second. Alright. Alright. Gluttony. The additional effect grants 2 stacks of Soul Reaver. Has been changed to granted 2 stacks of Executioner. The effect cannot be stacked with Soul Reaver has been added. Me missing Soul Reaver. The game, not the attack. Alright. And Shroud. The additional effect grants Oblatio has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Potency increase. 40 potency increase. Potency increase by 200. And the additional effect Increases soul gauge by 10 has been added. Alright. 40 increase. Alright, plentiful harvest. Increases shroud gauge by 50 has been changed to grants ideal host with a duration of 30 seconds. The additional effect grants Perfectio Occultia has been added. Perfecto Occultia effect grants Perfecto Parada upon executing Communio. And this one just literally says what I just said. Grants Perfecto Parada when executed while Perfecto Occulta is active. Has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Sacrifictum, new skill, 92. Deals unexpected damage to target and all nearby zero with a potency of 530 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. So that seems like an upgrade to one of the previous skills. Alright. Executioner's Gibbet. Something like that. $700. These look like all upgrades to previous skills. And then Perfectio. They'll look like updates. And then now specify certain weapon skills and magic actions that allow for soul gauge accumulation. Okay. Trait name has been changed from Death Scythe Mastery to Melee Mastery. Nothing real change there then. Trait name change. Trait name change. Yeah, Enhanced and Shroud. All these kind of like build on each other. So, it's about as basic can get. Nothing really too much change. Just look like more skills. And now we're at the new boy. Viper. Before we even begin this, let's try getting an understanding of how this is supposed to flow. We'll go down to the... Oh my god, that has a crisscross. What? Alright, hold on. I'm going to need to read this. Single target combos that increase the surface offering gains. The accompanying effects of these combos actions include Noxious Gash, Noxious Gnash, which increases the target's damage taken, Hunter's Instinct, which increases damage you deal, and Swift Scaled, which reduces the auto attack delay. Completing the third step of these combos allows the execution of Death Rattle, regardless of the combo route used. Fatality. Alright, before we get into this one, I need to take a breather. I need to stand up. I need to do a little bit of stretching. And I'm going to get me some, go out and get me some tea. So I'll be back in about like 5 minutes. Go enjoy your food. And we're back, folks. Oh, God. Okay, so I kind of understand this a bit better now that I look at it after I got a little bit of a recharge. So essentially, okay. Uh, 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 what? Okay, so let's look at the actual job gauge. Let's try to understand this job gauge a little bit. Might help me out a little bit. Viper engages enemies mainly through the use of three-step combos. Their primary combos beginning with either Steel Fangs or Dread Fangs. The third step can end with one of several weapon skills, each of which grants an effect to strengthen a different combo ending action. To reach these actions will require the use of specific combo routes. So, essentially, you're going through three different steps. It's like 1, 2, and then your third one will depend on what the last combo you did, like combo finisher you did, and then essentially you're going down a path from that point, from my understanding. The glow of the Viper Sight blades correspond with the outlining of hotbar icons to indicate the next step in a combo. Following these indicators will help ensure the use of combos that finish with strength. Okay, it's gonna do what Dancer does and give you the little combo. It's gonna lead. It's gonna guide you. This one is in fact going to require a training dummy to start off with. So let's. I'm just gonna work through the freaking. Holy shit. Skill list. Steel Fang delivers an attack. Delivers an attack with a potency of 200. Okay. Maybe after I read the descriptions, I can kind of piece things together a little bit. Hunter Sting delivers an attack with a potency of 260. Additional effects grants Hunter's Instinct. And that increases damage dealt by 10%. For 40 seconds. Okay. Hmm. Wow, that low level combat skill is gonna suck. If you get Satasha, you have four moves technically. That's gonna be kind of boring as hell. I won't lie. Low levels. Hmm. So, Hunter Sting delivers an attack with a potency of 260. It grants the Hunter's Instinct, which increases damage by 10%. And Dread Fangs. Both of those are combo starters. Delivers an attack with a potency of 140. Inflicts target with Noxious Gnash, which increases damage you deal to the target by 10%. Okay. Interesting. Alright. The Rising Snap's just a ranged attack. Alright. Now Swift can sting. With a potency of 260. Grant Swift Scaled. Swift Scaled effects reduce weapon skill cast time and recast time, spell cast time and recast time, and auto attack delay by 15%. Hmm. It's gonna actually take a minute. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to visualize it in game. Like actually see kind of like how it would do. I'm putting the dungeons in terms of my brain here and trying to visualize it in game. And kind of just build off. That's why I'm kind of quiet here for a minute. I'm actually just piecing everything together. Hmm. Okay, so Steel Maw is an AoE attack. Okay. Doesn't look like it has a combo action of any sort. Both of these can only be landed after doing Hunter Sting. And you pick one or the other. Not do both. One is for the flank. Okay. I think I'm piecing it together. That one can only be executed after successfully landing Swiftkin Sting. Okay, alright. Alright, I'm got. Kind of working it out in my mind. It's actually. Can I like copy these icons? Okay. Alright, alright. So. This is starting to feel like. What's the right class I can think of for this? It might fall into the same problem I have with Ninja. Because essentially what you do, this Swift, where was I? Rather Snap delivers a ranged attack potency of 200. Okay? Swift can, I've read that one already. So I was right here, Flank Sting. Now both of these effectively do the same thing. Except one increases Heinstein strike by 100. And the other one hides Bane Fang by 100. But let's put it this way, this is the end of the combo. So then you go back. Then you start doing this right here would be the end of the combo. Then you go backwards. And then you start off with Dread Fangs or Steel Fangs. And then you'd go into the opposite. Instead of Hunter Sting, you'd go into Swiftkin Sting. And then you'll be able to do Heinz Sting Strike. And that would be like a thing. It's like, because that's why the potency is 40 seconds. Because what you'd probably want to do is open up with Steel Fangs, go into Hunter Sting, and then move into Flank Sting Strike or Flank Bane Strike. This is Monk Ninja. And it's the best way I can so far piecing it together in my brain. Taking some effects from Monk, taking some effects from Ninja, and kind of working them together. For the better, I don't know yet. My brain's on fire. It's like I just walked into a thesis. And it looks like Hunter's Bite and Swiftkin's Bite are essentially AoE variants of those two. And Jagged Maw and Bloody Maw are in the same vein. So it's not as complicated as it seems. But it does look freaking redonkulous when you really look at it. But I kind of got the basic idea now. Because essentially you'll want to do the opposite of one of these that you've already done. So like if I go into Steel Fangs to Hunter Sting, the Flank Sting Strike. No, I think that's wrong. I said oh, okay. All right, that makes it easier. All right, hold up. That makes it easier. I should have read all the way down to the bottom. Okay, so these Hunter Sting and Swiftkin Sting don't go to the hotbar. So essentially, Steel Fangs and Dread Fangs are going to change into those. So they don't even have to focus on those. Same thing here. This will just change into one or the other. Same thing with this. One or the other. Depending on which one. That makes more sense. And then you have Steel Maw and Dread Maw being the AoE variants of those. Doing the same thing. Then Jagged Maw and Bloodied Maw becoming that. So, okay, I get what everybody's saying now about this following the leader thing. It makes sense. And then Serpent's Tail is essentially kind of like Samurai in the Laijutsu. It'll be like your things that change. Then that'll become... Ah, okay, I'm getting it. Because that changes to Death Rattle, Last Slash, First Legacy, Second Legacy, Third Legacy, or Fourth Legacy when requirements or execution is met. Delivers an attack, and then Death Rattle delivers an attack with potency at 250. Can only be executed after successfully landing Flank Sting Strike, Flank's Bane Strike, Hind's Sting Strike, or Hind's Bane Fang. Then you have Last Slash, which is the AoE variant, and executed after successfully landing Jagged Maw or Bloody Maw. Okay, so most of this is just going to feed into itself. So essentially how I'm going to have to set this up is like with my system. I'm going to have to kind of set it up like I do, like I have Monk. I think. But we'll see. Dreadwinder delivers an attack with a potency of 450. Afflicts target with Noxious Gnash. And then that does the same thing. Noxious Gnash increases damage you deal target by 10%. It extends it by... I feel like this is an upgrade. I feel like Dreadwinder is an upgrade. Same thing with Hunter's Coil. Okay, hold up. Yeah, I feel like these are upgrades to the previous abilities. Delivers an attack with a potency of 500, 550 when executed from target's flank. Grants Hunter's Instinct. Hunter's Instinct effect increases damage dealt by 10%. Duration 40 seconds. Grants Hunter's Venom. Hunter's Venom effects increases potency of Twin Fang Bite by 50. Upon successful landing this action, Twin Fang changes to Twin Fang Bite. And Twin's Blood changes to Twin Blood Bite. With these, I think they give you a little too much. Like, if for new classes, you don't need to give me this much information. If anything, what you need to do is kind of separate, like, this is the basic info for when the skill gets unlocked, and this is the additional stuff that gets added to it later. Because if you're looking at this now, your brain is fucking on fire. Because essentially it's just dumping all the information on you, and it's just like... Because that's all Twin Fang got further. See? Right there. 75. And these two change based on what these do. So that's kind of making a bit more sense. I think what I need to do for some of these is go down and look at the... Alright, I need to see something here. Okay, hold up. At least... The more I read it, the more confused I get. It's literally one of those things where it's just like... There's so much. All these lead to that action. And Pit of Dread, which is kind of the other variant. I'm kind of getting like the partial flow from it. I got Twin Fang and then Twin Blood. And then these become those twin also. Dude. I can't even necessarily read this because my brain is trying to like piece it all together, like even in my head. And it's mostly the same stuff over and over again. So I'm feeling like there's some upgrades going on here that I'm just not picking up on. That's also just kind of like not pointing out. Hold up, this might actually help here. Dreadwinder, single target combos that grant a stack of rattling coil. Okay. So they'll be their own thing. They'll be their own separate thing. And Pit of Dread. And this is AoE combo. Okay. Alright, so these will be their own thing. Which lead into these. Which allow you to use these. And realistically, they do the same thing as the other ones do. It's kind of just exactly that. They now lead into the generational skills. When I have to use Uncoiled Fury, it becomes Uncoiled Twin Fang and Twin Blood. No, wait. One or the other. And then these legacy attacks are all the burst mode. I still wouldn't know how to piece this together. I'll be fair. This is going to be one of those I jump in and have to do it style things. Because I cannot mentally piece that shit together. Alright, let's move to Bard. Okay, so let's see. Status effect granted by this action has been changed from Straight Shot Ray to Hawkeye. Okay. That's probably the newest skill. Straight Shot. Under the effect of Hawkeye. Okay. What they need to do is break this down in the same way they got it in-game now, where it'll take similar skills that upgrade into other skills and actually stack them together. Just to make it simpler, because I can already tell you, it probably needs to be updated that way. Okay. They increase the potency of Bloodletter by 20. Nice. Quick Knock. And they lowered the chance of it getting Straight Shot ready by 15%. Weird. But they added a new AoE skill for them. Oh no, they added an AoE variant of Bloodletter. Not Bloodletter, Straight Shot. Called Wide Volley. Which delivers an attack with a potency of 140 to target and all enemies nearby it. Okay. Wind bite, wind damage over time. Alright. Okay, range has been reduced from 25 to 0 yalms. No longer deals unexpected damage with a potency with 100. Repertoire effects have been changed from reduces the recast time of Bloodletter and Rain of Death by 7.5 seconds to Reduces the recap. Okay, it's the new stuff. The updated stuff. Execution now requires the player to be in combat. Alright. Grant's Barrage allows the use of Refulgent Arrow and Shadow Bite. Upon execution, Refulgent Arrow will strike the selected target 3 times, and Shadow Bite's potency will be increased to 270. Grant's Resonant Arrow. Okay. Army's Payon. Yeah, pretty much same thing as the other song. They got rid of their damage, their range, and essentially now it just you have to be in combat to use it. They increase the duration of battle voice 20 seconds. Wanderer's Brunette, same thing as the other songs. Pitch Perfect. Radius has been increased from 0 to 5 yalms. Target has been changed from a single enemy to target. So Pitch Perfect has become an AoE. Single enemy to target and all enemies nearby it now does 50% less damage after the first enemy. Can now be assigned to a hotbar. So you have to get... Okay. I guess you can split it off from the one thing. Okay. They increase the potency of Imperial Arrow. Nice. Iron Jaws. There's pretty much just name change for the upgraded stuff. Sidewinder got a freaking... Ooh. Sidewinder got a pretty good potency. 320 to 400. Nice. Troubadour. Reduced... Okay, it's got a 5% boost. For reduces damage taken. Alright, Caustic Bite still in the same boat. Storm Bite, same boat. Straight Shot Ray to Hawk's Eye. Straight Shot Ray to Hawk's Eye. Same thing with that one. Same thing with that one. Okay, they increased the power of Apex Arrow. Went from 100 to 120. And increased the potency from 500 to 600. Nice. For maximum. Aladdin's Bite. Same thing. Effect name change. Radiant Finale. Effect duration has been increased from 15 to 20 seconds. The additional effect grants Radiant Encore Ready has been added. So Heartbreak Shot. Delivers an attack with a potency of 180. 3 charges. Shares a recast timer of Rain of Death. Alright. Resonant Arrow. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining. It can only be executed while under the effect of Resonant Arrow ready. Then Radiant Encore. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby it. Potency is determined by the number of different coda consumed in the Radiant Finale executed prior, dealing full damage to the first enemy and 50% less for the remaining enemies. So you want to make sure you execute Radiant Finale with 3 coda active. And then Radiant Encore. Okay. It'll do 900. That makes sense. Now Bard only got the one update for Second Wind. Alright, so, the status effect granted by this trait has been changed from straight shot ready to Hawk's Eye. Yep. And then, let's see, Advanced Quick Knock. Job requirement has been changed from Bard to Archer. Now acquired at level 25. Previously 72. The status effect granted by this trait has been changed from Shadow Bite ready to Hawk's Eye. Ah, okay, I see what they did. At 72, Wide Volley becomes Shadow Bite. Just a name change. Then you get you get Heartbreak Shot at 92. You get a potency increase across the board for a lot of the stuff. Imperial Arrow, Sidewinder, Refulgent Arrow, Burst Shot, and Apex Arrow at 94. 96, you get Resonant Arrow, ready upon executing Barrage. Well, 98, it improves Troubledore's damage reduction effect to 15%. And level 100 grants Radiant Encore ready upon executing Radiant Finale. Duration is less than 30 seconds, according to this. But yeah, that's pretty much Bard. Bard got a bit of potency increase and a little bit of nice stuff, actually. Didn't expect that thing toward the beginning. Alright, let's look at Machinist. So, let's see. Hypercharge, you got changed. Stacks of Overheated will now allow the execution of Blazing Shot, which is probably something later. Auto Crossbow, got a potency increase. Heated Split Shot, potency increase. Tactician, got a 5% buff. Drill now has 2 charges. Potency increase for 20%, 20 potency increase. Same thing with Heated Clean Shot. Barrel Stabilizer increases the effect increases heat gauge by 50, which has been changed to grants hypercharge with a duration of 30 seconds. Additional effect grants Full Metal Machinist. So I got a new weapon skill at level 68, Blazing Shot. Delivers an attack with potency of 220. Additional effect reduces the recast time of both double check and checkmate by 15 seconds. Can only be executed when the firearm is overheated. This weapon skill does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Upon execution, the recast timer for this action will be applied to all other weapon skills and magic actions. So yeah. Nice. Bio Blaster got 2 charges. Scattergun got a potency increase of 10. And Chainsaw got an additional effect, grants Excavator ready. Which apparently is 96 skills, not even the 100 skill. Double check. Delivers an attack and all enemies nearby with a potency of 160 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Maximum charge is 3. Okay. Checkmate. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 160 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Maximum charge is 3. Okay. That feels like updates to, what are they called? Heat Blast and Ricochet, maybe. I don't know. Excavator delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and 65% less for remaining enemies. Ah. And then Full Metal Field delivers a critical direct hit to all to target and all all enemies nearby with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Damage dealt is increased when under an effect that raises critical hit rate or direct hit rate. This action is not affected by reassemble and can only be executed under the effect of Full Metal Machinist. I almost said Alchemist. Which means you'll need to use barrel stabilizer before that in order to execute that. So, once again, only got the second wind buff. Yeah, Heat Blast gets upgraded to Blazing Shot. Okay. Yep. Upgrades Gauss Round and Double Check and Ricochet to Checkmate at 92. Enhanced Multi-Weapon. It allows the accumulation of charges for consecutive uses of Drill and Bioblaster. Marksman Mastery increases that potency increases. Enhanced Multi-Weapon 2. It grants Excavator Ready upon executing Chainsaw. And then 98 is when you get the Tactician 5% boost. And level 100 is the Full Metal Machinist Barrel Stabilizer. Simple enough. And now Dancer. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of a stretch real quick before we continue. We're almost done. It's gone on a lot longer than what I expected. I won't lie. I've done an 8-hour stream of almost reading patch notes. Just the patch notes. Alright. Let's see what we got going on with Dancer this time. Alright, so Fountain. Potency increase. 20. Nice. Standard finish. Oh! Potency after 2 successful steps has an increase from 720 to 850. The additional effect Last Dance Ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Shield Samba. 5% boost. Potency after 4 successful steps is increased from 1200 to 1300. The additional effect Dance of the Dawn ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Alrighty. Now grants finishing move ready. Okay. Potency increased for Saber Dance from 480 to 520. And apparently it changed the effects completely of Tiliana. Delivers an attack to all nearby enemies with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Increases spirit gauge by 50. Can only be executed while under the effect of Flourishing Finish. Flourishing Finish, huh? Ah, okay. So you gotta use Flourish. And then move to Tiliana. Unless there's one that's just called Flourishing Finish. No, no, no. That's Technical Finish, yeah. So, okay, yeah. Never mind. They get Last Dance. Delivers an attack, newest skill, 92. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 520 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed while under the effect of Last Dance ready. Alright. Finishing move. Delivers an attack to all nearby enemies with a potency of 850 for the first enemy and 75% less for all remaining enemies. And grants standard finish in a spirit to self and party member designated as your dance partner. Increases damage dealt by 5%. Grants last dance ready. Can only be executed while under the effect of finishing move ready. And shares a recast timer with standard step. Upon execution, the recast timer for this action will be applied to all other weapon skills and magic actions. Okay. And then Dance of the Dawn. Delivers an attack to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 1000 for the first enemy and 50% less for all remaining enemies. Costs 50 a spirit gauge. It can only be executed while under the effect of Dance of the Dawn ready. And Saber Dance changes to Dance of the Dawn when requirements for execution are met. Okay. It looks like nothing changed in the dance actions. The only thing I got is the new skills. Nothing changed in that either. Grants last dance ready upon executing standard finish. That's a potency increase. Grants finishing move ready upon executing flourish at 96. Proves sealed shama's damage reduction effect at 98. And at 100 you get Dance of the Dawn ready. So. So that's all that. Let's check out Black Mage. I want to see what happened with Black Mage here. Because I know people are kind of a little ticked off with Black Mage. Without some of the Black Mage changes, so. Okay, so they updated Thunder. MP cost has been removed, so it no longer costs any mana to use it. Cast time has been made instant. Potency has been increased from 30 to 120. Dang. Damage over time potency has been increased from 35 to 40. Effect duration has been increased from 21 to 24. The additional effect 10% chance after each tick that the next thunder spell of any grade will add its full damage over time amount to its initial damage. Have no cast time and no cost MP has been removed. Execution now requires the effect of Thunderhead, which granted when gaining astral fire or umbral ice from an unexpected state or changing between their influences. Okay. Blizzard 2. Why has the potency been reduced for Blizzard? Wait, been reduced from 100 to 80. Alright. Oh, those are the AoEs. Okay, never mind. Potency has been reduced from 100 to 80. And the Astral Fire bonus grants enhanced flare has been removed. Alright. Still the same thing here. Potency has been increased. Cast time has been made instant. Potency has been increased from 50 to 60. Damage over time has been doubled. From 15 to 30. It looks like they got rid of the RNG of the Thunder spell. Okay. Alright. Damn. Mana font, you really kick ass here now. Fully restores MP, grants Astral Fire 3, grants Thunderhead, grants 3 Umbral Hearts, nullifies Astral Fire's MP cost for fire spells, grants Paradox. Jeez. Gives you everything. Fire 3, potency has been increased. Blizzard 3, also increased. Same thing with Thunder 3. All the same thing, except potency has been like a little bit over doubled. Actually, no, the potency's been tripled plus 10 of Thunder 3. Of just the initial attack potency. Damage over time potency has been increased from 35 to 45. And effect duration has been reduced from 30 to 27 seconds. That's weird. Odd. That's an odd number. Potency has been increased from 220 to 240. Enhanced flare potency of 280 has been removed because it looks like they just flat out got rid of enhanced flare. The additional effect grants 3 stacks of astral soul has been added. Effect ends when Astral Fire expires, okay. Grants Astral Soul. Thunder 4. Same shtick. Potency increase. Potency increase. Remove the one thing. Umbral Soul. Additional effect restores an amount of MP consumer with your stacks of Umbral Ice has been added. So Umbral Ice 1. Okay. One's a quarter of the bar, the other one's a half of the bar, and the other one's full bar. Okay. High Fire 2. Why does it, like, I'm trying to figure out why. Why a Black Mage getting a hit here? Potency has been reduced from 140 to 100. The Astral Fire bonus grants enhanced flare has been removed. Oof. High Blizzard. I guess these are the AoEs. Paradox. Cast time has been made instant. The Astral Fire bonus refreshes the duration of Astral Fire and 40% chance to grant Fire Starter. Has been divided into 2 additional effects. Grants Astral Fire with a duration of 15 seconds and grants Fire Starter with a duration of 30 seconds. The Umbral Ice bonus, spells that cast immediately, requires no MP to cast and refreshes the duration of Umbral Ice, has been removed. Okay. Now we got new spells here. High Thunder deals lightning damage with a potency of 200. Gives a damage over time of 55. And then same thing with the other Thunders. You have to have Thunderhead, and it can... That's pretty much from... I don't know why they have the only one Thunder spell induced damage over time per effect per caster can be inflicted upon a single shot, but I guess because of how strong it is, I guess. I don't know. High Thunder 2. AoE version of that previous spell. Literally all it is. Retrace. Wave ley lines. Okay, after you're moving your ley lines, you get that at 96. And then you get Flare Star at 100. Deals fire damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 400 for the first enemy and 65% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executed when the astral gauge is full. Okay, odd. Then Addle's got an upgrade for 5 more seconds. And Swiftcast gets knocked down by 20. Okay. Alright, that's actually not too terrible. You barely have to spend any time in ice anymore. So, you barely have to do that anymore anyway. That's actually not too terrible, actually. But really, you just have to hit him with an ice spell, and like one ice spell will get you your full mana pullback. That's pretty much all it is. It added that effect. Alright, I see what they're doing. So, while under the effect of Astral Fire 3, the potency of a fire spells are increased by 80%, and the cast time of ice spells is halved, and potency lowered by 30%. And when you flip it, you get, pretty much, you have to just land an ice spell. Get your full mana back right then and there, and then just redo it. That's not too terrible. Then Enochian increases damage dealt by 5% while under the effect of Astral Fire or Umbral Ice. Then you see grants 3 Umbral Hearts upon casting freeze or executing mana font. That's got changed. Reduced mana font recast time to 100 seconds. From 120 to 100. That's at 84. Aspect Mastery 5. Adds a paradox marker to the elemental gauge. And this marker is made active by after reaching Umbral Ice 3 and gaining 3 Umbral Hearts, then swapping to the opposite element. The marker is made inactive when the effect of Astral Fire expires. Fire becomes paradox when the paradox marker is active. Fair. That upgrades the Thunders. Upgrades Thunder to High Thunder and Thunder 4 to High Thunder 4. The location of ley lines can be reset while it's effective active. Enhanced ley lines. Enhanced Enochian at level 6. Increases Enochian magic damage by 30%. Enhanced Polyglot allows the stacking of a third Polyglot. Enhanced Astral Fire grants a stack of Astral Soul upon landing Fire 4 or Flare. Deleted Thundercloud, Enhanced Sharpcast, and Enhanced Sharpcast 2. So I'll read about this new gauge real quick while we're down here. While under the effect of Astral Fire, casting Fire 4 Flare will grant stacks of Astral Soul. At maximum stacks, you can cast Flare Star. So, that'd be kind of what's going on there. Summoner, what happened with you? Absolutely nothing except for Ruin 3. And it just got potency increase. I think with Astral Impulse. Astral Flow now changes to Sun Flare while under the effect of Lightworm Trance. Okay, yeah. Potency has been beefed. Potency has been beefed. Increases damage dealt by self and party members from 3% to 5%. The effect duration has gone down from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, and the additional effect grants Ruby's Glimmer has been added. Okay. Okay, Ruby right. Potency's been increased. Topaz right, potency's been increased. Emerald right, potency's been increased. Fountain of Fire. Potency has been increased by 40. That's just a potency increase. Potency increase. Potency increase. Potency increase. That was a serious potency increase. Increase. That was upgraded by 60. Potency is 50. Oh yeah, we got those at 90. Summon Garuda too. So we got Necrotize. Deals unexpected damage. Does unexpected damage with a potency of 420. With the Aether Flow gauge cost of 1, so that's nice. I feel like that's an upgrade to Fester. Searing Flesh deals unexpected damage with a potency of 600 to target, and all enemies nearby it can only be executed while under the effect of Ruby's Glimmer. Or Searing Flash, not Flesh. Then all these probably fall upon Solar Bahamut, but Lux Solaris restores own HP and HP of all nearby members 500 cure potency. Can only be executed while under the effect of Refulgent Lux. Summon Solar Bahamut. Enters Lightworm Trance and summons Solar Bahamut to fight your target. Solar Bahamut will execute Lux Wave automatically on the targets attacked by you after summoning. Increases enmity in target when Solar Bahamut is summoned. Grants Refulgent Lux for 30 seconds. Changes Ruin 3 to Umbral Impulse and Tri-Disaster to Umbral Fire. Additional effect grants Ruby Arcanum, Topaz Arcanum, and Emerald Arcanum. Can only be executed while Carbuncle is summoned. This action does not share a recast timer with any other actions. Umbral Impulse. 600 potency. Nice. Umbral Flare. Also nice. Sun Flare. Which is an AoE ability. Then you have Enkindle Solar Bahamut. Lux Wave. And Exodus. Exodus is nuts. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 1400 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. So, damn. And then same thing as that. And then all the new abilities. Upgrades Fester and Necrotize. Potency buffs. Grants Ruby Glimmer after executing Searing Light. And allows the summoning of Solar Bahamut. Okay. Red Mage. Woo! Oh. Oh. Man, we're almost done. I didn't expect this to turn into an 8-hour stream for patch notes. Well, let's see what changed on Red Mage. For fire and for stone, what happened with you? Potency increase. Nice. Almost. Almost, pro. Almost. And you've come back at the right time. After this is Pictomancer. Potency increase, of course. The additional effect grants grand impact ready has been added with a duration of 30 seconds. Okay. Oh, I know. I know you probably read it. Either way, I'm still going to talk about it. And Moline apparently got updated, but it didn't tell me what it did. Probably a potency update. Same. That's how I feel about Viper. I literally just looked over Viper. I'm just like, but I got a better gist now of how it actually functions versus what I was doing. Let's see. Moline probably got a potency increase of some sort. I know it's mana got adjusted. Contra 6, potency update. Embolden. Grants Thorn Flourish. So that's probably one of the advanced skills. Okay. And then they talked about this. This is pretty much where it changed the. It's no longer going to give you a mana increase. It's just going to let you be able. They'll guarantee 3 stacks of sword play, which will allow you just to do the thing. Oh, Jolt 2 got kind of cucked there. It's now down to one from 320 to 280. For Flare got a 600, 620. Nice. Same thing with Verholy. 680, 700 potency. 420 for Ver Thunder. 420 for Ver Arrow. 3. They added Jolt 3. Level 84. Deals unexpected damage with a potency of 360. Increases both black mana and white mana by 2. Resolution is level 90. And they just increased the potency. Vice of Thorns at level 92. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 700 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executable under the effect of Thorn Flourish. Okay. Nice. Grand Impact. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 600 for the first enemy and 60% less for all remaining enemies. Can only be executable under the effect of Grand Impact Ready. Okay. This action cannot be assigned to a hotbar. Jolt 3 and Impact change to Grand Impact when the requirements for execution are met. Okay. Prefulgence. Level 100. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 900 for the first enemy. 60% less for all remaining enemies. So yeah. They increased the potencies for the sword skills, it looks like. Oh, and they gave the Moline a fucking combo. Yes. Enchanted Moline, Enchanted Moline 2, and Enchanted Moline twice. Yes, I got a combo. A single button combo, mind you, but a combo nonetheless. Okay, now it's just saying that those new combo skills for the AoE get added to it. That's a potency increase and upgrade Jolt 2 to Jolt 3. Enhanced Embolden. Grants Thorn Flourish upon executing Embolden. Okay. That's a potency increase. Grants Grand Impact ready upon executing Acceleration. Okay. Grants Perfulgence ready upon consuming all stacks of Magnification. So, nice. Okay. Moving on to the last one, Pictomancer. I am going to read this. I should have read the Viper one. We'll go back to it and read it. But the fifth astral era is famously associated with the War of the Magi. A wealth of lesser-known legends were forged in that bygone age. Among them is the tale of the Archon realm, an internet artist and mage who relinquished her traditional staff for a magic brush. With it, she could render abstract images to life, establishing an entire new school of magic in so doing. Master of this arcane discipline, following the Archon's footsteps, wielding vibrant hues of aether to invoke all manner of fantastical beasts, weapons, and landscapes from their mind's eye. For the source of the Pictomancer's power lies not in their artistic skill, but the richness of their imagination, with which they strive to paint a brighter future. Nice. So, okay. Let's go down to the bottom, like I did with Viper. Kind of get very confused. And then we'll work our way back up. Okay, canvases. Pictomancer eschews a staff or a brush, painting their imaginings upon a canvas and bringing them to life through magic. By utilizing the creature canvas, the weapon canvas, and the landscape canvas, a variety of effects can be produced. The creature canvas. Creature motifs are painted on the creature canvas and can be rendered to life through living muse, simultaneously granting a depiction of the rendered motif. Assembling a depiction of palm and a depiction of wings creates a Moogle portrait, allowing the execution of Mog of the Ages. And then it looks like there's something similar for the other one. Execute creature motif and living muse in succession to assemble depiction of palm, depiction of wings, depiction of claw, and depiction of fangs. Creates a Madine portrait, allowing the execution of retribution of the Madine. Weapon motifs are painted on the weapon canvas and can be rendered through life through Steel Muse. When a hammer is painted on the canvas, Striking Muse can be performed, allowing the execution of Hammer Stamp. Landscape motifs are painted on the landscape canvas and are rendered through life through Scenic Muse. When a starry sky is painted on the canvas, Starry Muse can be performed, increasing the damage dealt by self and party members. The palette gauge and white paint can be accumulated by executing certain Aether Hue skills. Once your palette is sufficiently saturated with Aether, you can consume a portion of the palette gauge to execute a subtractive palette, which will temporarily alter the properties of Aether Hue spells, significantly enhancing them. Additionally, white paint can be spent to execute Holy in White. Upon learning the level 90 trait Enhanced Palette, the use of Subtractive Palette will grant you Monochrome Tones, which converts one splash of white paint into black paint, allowing the execution of Comet in Black. So, palette gauge accumulates upon the landing of water in blue or water 2 in blue. White paint granted upon landing water in blue, thunder in magenta, water 2 in blue, or thunder 2 in magenta. And black paint granted from stacks of white paint while under the effect of monochrome hues. Monochrome tones. Okay, now let's see if we can piece this together. Okay, so fire and red grants aether hues. Arrow and green grants aether hues 2. Tempera coat creates a barrier around itself that absorbs damage, totaling 20% of maximum HP. Ooh, nice. That's like a defensive. Alright, so about level 30 is when you get the first palette skill. And the first really you paint that, and then you get palm motif, wing motif, palm muse, winged muse. Then you use those to actually summon Bog of the Ages. Which makes sense. Then the same thing. Because these are basic attacks. That's what these are. So that's what was throwing me off. These are basic skills. Now, I want to go back down and reread the thing I was reading. It's the whole Aether Hue thing that I don't understand. Like, that's the one thing I'll have to see actually how the thing actually kind of executes. We may go back and, well, since we've been going off this long, we may go ahead and rewatch, I may try pulling up the, videos that they did at the, at one live letter. In order to try to get a better understanding of it. Probably the same thing here. And shit, even Pictomancer has a dance. Or a dash. I wonder what the difference between Aether Hues and Aether Hues 2 is. But it looks like, yeah, these are about the same. Consumes a stack of Hyperphantasia if available upon execution. Okay. Then at 50, you get the weapon motif. Then at 70, you get the landscape motif. Hmm. Let's go through and just kind of read them over. Deals fire damage with a potency of 440. Grants Aether Hughes 30. Consumes a stack of Hyperphantasia if available upon execution. Aaron Green does wind damage with a potency of 480. You didn't. Hopefully it's just in text. I'm hoping they didn't do what I think they did. I doubt they did, but this just bothers me now. Did you Mad Lads do it? I hope they didn't. I hope they didn't. I hope they didn't slip back in elemental damage and resistances. That would be truly a 1,000-yard stare. Okay. I keep seeing different types of damage, and my brain's just like held up now. Tempora Coat. Creates a barrier around self that absorbs damage totaling 20% of maximum HP. Nice. Water and Blue deals water damage with a potency of 520. It also grants White Paint, apparently, and increases palette gauge by 25. And that's a stack skill, so... okay. I see what the Aether Hughes are for. That makes sense. So the fire and red... okay, so that's the combo. Fire... okay, you start off with fire, arrow, water. Okay. For some reason... and then... okay, fire and red, arrow and green, and water and blue. Those are your 3 basic attacks. And that grants White Paint, which means that's the end of the combo. Smudge, it's a dash. Which, that's just going to be a fun dash to use, I won't lie. Now, Fire 2 in red, that's an update, would be Fire 2, then Arrow and Green, and then Water and Blue. And you have the creature motif, you'll paint that. Then you'll paint a motif, and then you'll do a Living Muse. Well, actually, no. No, hold on. Okay, so this creature motif changes into these skills, and then Living Muse will be the actual Hua. Okay, so that's good to note. I'll have to put those nearby each other. And then that'll allow you to paint everything up. Okay. All the palm stuff. Then Arrow 2 and Water 2 are upgrades to the other ones. Then weapon motif. That changes into these. So hammer motif, striking muse. Oh, no. Okay. Weapon motif. Okay, changes to... Weapon motif changes to... Hammer motif. Weapon motif changes to handle motif when the requirements for execution are met. And still muse changes to striking muse when requirements for execution are met. So I guess in this case, I don't know. That was weird. I'll have to figure that out. And Blizzard and Scion. I guess essentially we're going through a lot of paint. A lot of paint. And then landscape motif, everything becomes that. What's the cast time on that? Or is that the recast time? That's recast time, never mind. I was about to say, cast time is 2 minutes? Jeez. That would be pointless. And it just looks like a lot of these kind of go into that same vein. So I think at one point I'll have to do a showcase on it. But other than that, that's pretty much it. I want to take a look at. I want to go back to Viper real quick. We'll read the description of Viper. But I think it's the same thing as they did in the live letter, but I'll read it anyway. Among the myriad beasts of Tural, a select few awaken to preternatural power, becoming what is known as Tural Vidral. To overcome the threat of these almighty beings, hunters study one of nature's deadliest predators, one capable of overcoming foes greater than themselves, the Viper. They are swift and agile, with dual blades like fangs to bite, or combine into a single weapon to weave about the battlefield. Named for the serpent that inspired their fighting style, the Vipers of Tural remain steadfast in their duty to defend the people. Okay, so what we're going to do, let me actually we'll hide this for a minute. And what we're going to do is, I'm going to go to YouTube. And then we're going to find FF14 Viper gameplay. And we're gonna pull up Mr. Happy's
Hey
video.
everyone.
picture in picture. And we're gonna watch Mr. Happy's video on this for these in particular. Alright, this one's Viper.
Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on the Viper job that's coming to 14 in Dawntrail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early, and that includes checking out all the jobs, and that includes Viper and Pictomancer. So be sure to take a look at this video, my Picto video, as well as all of the other job videos in the playlist in the description. Quick disclaimer though, reminder that Dawntrail is still in development. Everything you see here is still subject to change, so don't be surprised if something is different come early access. Now, I actually released a video on Viper a few weeks back detailing the job after what we saw in the letter from the producer live, where they did a demo of it and we basically saw almost the entire kit. A lot of what I said in that video ended up being exactly as I said it, so if you've seen it, you are well prepared for this one. There are, however, a bunch of things that I didn't cover in that video that we now know for certain, so I'm going to be going over everything from scratch all the same. Now, Viper has 4 elements to its job gauges, and some are definitely not apparent at first. The twin blade looking one is called Viper Sight, and its primary focus is simply to add a visual aid to how you progress through your 3-part combo. After the first 2 GCDs of your basic combo, one or both sides of the Viper Sight gauge will light up, indicating a potency bonus for one of your finishers. This is no different than just following the dotted lines on your hotbar, so follow along whichever one is easier to understand. Under the blades are these red diamonds called rattling coils. These are earned from certain attacks and can be expended to use Uncoiled Fury, a powerful ranged AoE GCD with several off-global follow-ups. These are primarily a downtime and AoE tool, so use them at your own discretion. Uncoiled Fury also has a 3-second recast time at base before factoring in haste or skill speed, so bear that in mind when you're looking to optimize. The orb-looking gauge is called Serpent's Ire. This gauge fills up as you perform certain attacks such as combo finishers and twin blade actions. With 50 gauge called Serpent Offering, you can activate Reawaken, a GCD buff that not only activates a rapid fire attack mode, but also deals high AoE damage around the Viper. It has a 2.2 GCD before any haste buffs at that. The orbs on the bottom are called Anguine Tributes, and these function similarly to Reapers and Shroud, basically providing a visual track of how many reawakened global cooldowns you have left. Once in Reawakened, you will progress through a new GCD combo labeled 1st through 4th generation, all with a slightly shorter recast time of 2 seconds. At level 90, this will be all you do, these 4 generation GCDs. At level 96, you get a 5th stack of the Anguine Tribute and you learn Ouroboros, which replaces Reawaken on your hotbar and acts as the mode's big finishing move. It has a 3-second cast time before the haste buffs as well. At level 100, every GCD will trigger an off-global, 1st through 4th legacy. So you'll just be rapidly alternating between doing GCD and off-global combos up until using Ouroboros and leaving the phase. Just follow the dotted lines and you should be fine. You can also access Reawaken through using the Serpent's Ire ability at level 84, which grants Reawaken Ready for 30 seconds. Expect to use this in openers and during burst windows for a quick Reawaken activation. Serpent's Ire also grants 1 Rattling Coil for your use as well. With the gauges explained, let's go back to the basics. Your job largely consists of a left blade combo and a right blade combo, and you'll be alternating between the two on the fly. Steel Fangs is a combo starter associated with the left blade, while Dread Fangs represents the right blade. As you progress through your combos, these abilities transform into the next combo step, providing buffs and debuffs for you to maintain along the way. You'll also have 3 off-global skills that can only activate under specific conditions. Serpent's Tail will only activate and become an off-global after any dual-wielding action, while Twin Fang and Twin Blood become active after Twin Blade actions. Twin Fang and Twin Blood are also used for your Uncoiled Fury off-globals. I'll reference back to these as necessary throughout the guide. For your first combo action, you'll use Steel Fangs or Dread Fangs. Steel Fangs does higher potency, while Dread Fangs applies Noxious Gnash for 20 seconds. This is a debuff that causes the Viper to deal more damage to the target while it's active. You'll want to keep 100% uptime on this debuff to permanently add more damage to all of your actions. Regardless of which weapon skill you started with, your second GCD option will be either Hunter Sting or Swift Skin Sting. Hunter Sting is the left blade action and provides a 10% damage buff for 40 seconds, while Swift Skin Sting provides a 15% haste buff for 40 seconds. The buff with the shorter remaining time will be marked with a dotted line when you reach this part of the combo, and if you have neither buff, then both of them will be dotted, and it'll be up to you to decide. Just use the action that's lit up here once you get going. Your final combo action can actually be one of 4 actions. You'll have Flank Sting Strike and Hind Sting Strike on your left blade, and Flank's Bane Fang and Hind's Bane Fang for your right. Obviously, the ones with flank in the name deal bonus damage from the flank, and Hind attacks do bonus damage from the rear. These will naturally progress and swap as you perform and finish your basic combos, and the positional from the finisher will always alternate. So if you do flank first, it'll go rear, then flank, then rear, etc, etc. Just follow the dotted lines, and remember the whole flank hind rules. Each of these finishers will also grant 10 Serpent Offering for your ire gauge. At the end of every basic combo, Serpent's Tail will turn into Death Rattle, just offering a bonus off-global damaging skill for you to hit before you begin your next combo. The AoE equivalent is very similar, just with a different naming convention. Steel Maw and Dread Maw are the first combo actions, Hunter's Bite and Swift Skin's Bite for the second, and Jagged Maw and Bloodied Maw for the third. They also transform Serpent's Tail into Last Lash for that bonus off-global, similar to Death Rattle, just for AoE. Those are the combo basics, but once every 40 seconds, you'll generate a charge for your Twin Blade skills. Dreadwinder will expend a charge to initiate a single target Twin Blade combo, and Pit of Dread initiates the AoE equivalent. Both of these skills apply Noxious Gnash to the target's hit, while opening 2 follow-up GCDs and several damaging off-globals.
The more I watch this, the more I feel like
access
I'm
to Hunter's Coil for your left blade,
watching
and
the
Swift
actions
Skin's
go
Coil
off.
for your
My brain's
right.
just like,
Hunter's
too old
Coil
for
does
this.
bonus
You can't
damage from the
focus on
flank,
this.
and Swift Skin's Coil does bonus damage from the rear. So be
Like,
ready for some quick positional swaps. Now you can
My
activate
brain, you
either
may be
one
right.
first, but you will activate both of them every time you activate a Twin Blade combo. Hunter's Coil grants the damage buff as well, and Swift Skin's Coil grants the haste effect. After activating everything, Twin Fang and Twin Blood will also transform into damaging off-globals, granting bonus potency if activated in the right order. Just follow the dotted line. Also, keep in mind that all Twin Blade GCDs have a longer recast than your other attacks, 3 seconds before the haste buff and skill speed. Pit of Dread does the same just for AoE, granting access to Hunter's Den and Swift Skin's Den, without positional bonuses, of course. Basically, both of your Twin Blade combos rapidly apply Noxious Gnash and grant you both of your combo buffs, damage and haste. Great for quickly getting your opener going or for mid-fight maintenance while doing a ton of damage. Each of the follow-up GCDs, both Hunters and Swift Skin for single and AoE, also grant 5 Serpent Offering each. Now, they do have a generic range attack as well, but the only other skill I haven't mentioned is Slither, which is their gap closer. It lets them dash to either an enemy or an ally. So, Dragoons, looks like you're not alone in the no defensive category anymore. In fact, they have even less than you. You have Life Surge. They don't even have that. They don't have any raid damage either. So it's like no defensives like Dragoon. In fact, less because no Life Surge. And they're a selfish DPS. So they're going to have to crank some damage in order to be, well, competitive with the other melees. Except that even Dragoon has Life Surge and Battle Litany and all stuff. So Viper's performance is going to need to be top-notch because it's also going to be competing probably with Samurai as they fulfill a similar sort of space. Now, in my original video, I posed an opener that was contingent on learning more specifically about the red diamonds on the job gauge. We weren't exactly sure potency-wise how it would all work out, and frankly, I haven't had time to do all the math either.
Okay, that was pretty much the gist of that one. Pictomancer. That's once again another Mr. Happy video.
Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my overview on the Pictomancer job coming to Final Fantasy XIV in Dawntrail. I was recently given the opportunity to try the expansion out early at the North American Media Tour. And that of course includes checking out all the job changes, so be sure to take a look at all of the other videos when you're done with this one. There will be a link in the description with a playlist of everything. Quick disclaimer, reminder that Dawntrail is still in development and everything for Pictomancer and every other change in these videos is all still subject to change. Don't be surprised if it's a bit different come early access. Now, I actually released a video on Pictomancer after the last letter from the producer live. I mean, we got to see a bunch of its skills. We got to see Yoshi P do an opener. So we just didn't have potencies. We didn't have all the accurate names. And we didn't know if we were seeing everything. If you've seen that video, then just know we were mostly right about everything there, minus the skill names, which some of them I just made up. But there's a few extra things that I need to add in here for things that we didn't know. So Pictomancer has three main components to its job design: canvases, paint, and palette gauge. The latter two are directly intertwined, with canvases serving as the job's primary source of optimization and power in its kit. Let's knock its filler spells out of the way real quick. Pictomancer has a 3-part paint combo, both a single target and AoE equivalent. Each of these spells has a 1.5 second cast time, making slide casting on your basic filler spells simpler and giving plenty of time to weave things like Swift Cast, Sure Cast, Addle, and other job skills. You'll just be using these whenever you don't have anything else to do for a given period of time. Now, when a combo is completed, Pictomancer gains 1 stack of white paint. This grants you access to an instant cast Holy in White spell, great for movement but not super high on potency. Since you can store up to 5 of these, they make for a very strong movement tool for prolonged boss mechanics that require constant movement. You also get 25 palette gauge for every basic combo you finish. 50 palette gauge can be used to activate Subtractive Palette, granting 3 stacks of Subtractive Palette and the Monochromatic Hues buff. Subtractive Palette stacks give you access to a stronger 3-part combo. These spells have a longer cast and recast time, so be careful about using them during movement phases. Finishing this combo will also grant you 1 white paint. Monochromatic Hues as a buff will convert 1 white paint into 1 black paint. If you have a white paint going into getting this buff, it will instantly convert it. But if you have no white paint, the buff will persist until you earn 1. Meaning that you will convert the white paint you get from the Subtractive Palette combo itself. It basically just appears as black paint instead. This black paint allows you to cast Comet in Black, a much stronger version of Holy in White, though with a slightly longer recast. You'll cap off every Subtractive Palette with one of these, at least giving you a bit of movement after all those longer casts you had before. You'll want to make use of this combo either during your burst windows or when movement requirements during mechanics are minimal. You can use this to enhance the potency of short burst phases like add phases, or just whenever the boss is standing still and you have leftover gauge. Optimal use of this during your filler should greatly improve your overall damage because the potency is a huge step up. With that, let's move over to your canvases. There are 3 different canvases in which you will paint 3 different motifs: a creature motif on the left, a weapon motif in the middle, and a landscape motif on the right. Drawing on these canvases has no cast time out of combat, but in combat they do take quite a bit of time to draw. Fortunately, they can be swift casted, and even when hard cast, offer enough time to weave a single other ability before your next GCD. The creature motif will cycle between 4 different parts of a creature. The first 2 are palm and wing motifs, and after compiling both of those, you can throw out an additional line AoE off global with Mog of the Ages. At level 96, you also get the claw and maw motifs, after which you can perform an AoE off global called Retribution of the Medine. You'll want to aim to have Medine for all burst phases minus the opener, which should utilize the Moogle at minimum. The actual spell you cast with the motif is called a Muse, and for the creature Muse, they have a cooldown of 40 seconds and a maximum of 3 charges that can be stored up. It looks like you'll use your 2 charges in the opener to build the Moogle, and 1 charge in between to prevent overcapping and set up Medine for your 2-minute buff. Your weapon motif will draw a hammer, upon which executing Hammer Muse will grant you access to a 3-part hammer combo, designated by a 3-stack hammer buff. This is still a ranged attack, and you have 30 seconds to spend the 3 charges once you've drawn the Muse. Every hit in the hammer combo is an instant cast GCD that always incurs a critical direct hit. You can also store up to 2 charges of the hammer Muse. This is meant to work kind of like triple cast. You never want to overcap on these charges, but you can use them for movement or in your burst. This will be determined on a fight-to-fight basis, and it adds a lot of flexibility to your 2-minute buff window.
Okay.
You can technically swift cast to use a second draw hammer motif if you have a very long period of instant movement, and between that and Holy in White, you just have a ton of options for how to handle situations like that. Finally, you have your landscape motif. You'll draw this at some point every 2 minutes to activate your landscape muse, giving you and your party a 5% damage buff and summoning a landscape that provides several benefits to the Pictomancer themselves. It gives you access to Star Prism, a massive AoE follow-up to the landscape muse. It grants the Subtractive Spectrum buff to give you 1 free use of your Subtractive Palette. It grants Inspiration to reduce cast and recast times of your Ether Hue spells, your fillers, and your Black Magic combo by 25%. Keep in mind this Inspiration buff only works when you're actually standing inside the landscape, so you're going to want to be careful about where you place it.
Okay, I think that's going to be it for the stream. This stream went on almost 9 hours just talking about the patch stuff. So instead of the Starfield stuff, I'm just going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and find somebody to raid today. My brain is just on fire. So let's see who we can find to raid today. Let's see who we can raid today. Let's go to Twitch. Let's find somebody. Uh... I think what we'll probably just end up doing today is just straight up ending. But starting this week, starting tomorrow actually. Like literally there's not going to be any streams for the entire week because of Dawntrail. So essentially this is going to be the start of the week-long hiatus. And then we should be back next Sunday. I might aim for next Sunday is when I'll be back. So, y'all take it easy until then, and I will chat with everybody later.